Bills Steelers coming up this Sunday with kickoff at 4:25 at Acrisure Stadium. An injury update from yesterday's practice for the Bills. Maxwell Hairston dealing with a concussion, upgraded to a full participant from a limited participant. Dalton Kincaid was a limited participant in practice with his hamstring injury. Terrell Bernard with an elbow injury. Spencer Brown dealing with a shoulder injury. Deion Dawkins with a concussion. Joshua Palmer with an ankle injury. And Curtis Samuel with his elbow and knee injury did not participate in practice. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres back in last place in the Eastern Conference as they fall to the Penguins 4-2 in Pittsburgh Wednesday night. They're now 9-10-4 on the season. They're back in action today with a 4 o'clock faceoff against the Devils at KeyBank Center. You'll be able to catch all of the game action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Yesterday around the NFL, the Packers best the Lions 31-24. The Cowboys beat the Chiefs 31-28. The Chiefs are now 500 on the season. And last night, Joe Burrow's return, the Bengals topped the Ravens 31-14. Joe Burrow completed 24 of 46 passes for 261 yards and 2 touchdowns. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's all Bills all day. Buffalo Bills Football Friday, exclusively on WGR Sports Radio 550.
Brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. By Celino Law. Car crash? Call Celino. Call the Ace. And by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's hometown fuel, game day ready since 1922.
Speaking of is it over, has the Bills Super Bowl window closed?
So 4 things are happening with Buffalo, none of them good. They've become very turnover prone. Houston, with no run game, ran for over 100 yards. The O-line got worked. And oh, by the way, they have no deep threat at all. Other than that, things are great.
The Bills missed their opportunity when the Patriots stunk for those last 3 to 4 years. And now the Patriots took control of the division once again. Bye-bye, Buffalo Bills.
I do believe we can win a championship with this roster.
What is your confidence level that is indeed the case?
I love these players. I do. Love the guys in that locker room.
So yeah, we're going to make it to the playoffs. Of course we are. But that is not my goal. That is not what I want. I want a Super Bowl in my lifetime. So come on, Brandon Beane and McDermott and Pagula. Get on it.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of the Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550.
All right, start the game. Let's a little hype up there. Good morning. Hope everyone had a happy Thanksgiving. I mean, the Chiefs lost. So did everybody get a nice round of applause, arms up in the air when that happened? If you were watching with family, Chiefs and Cowboys, that could not have gone better. So you got that going for you. Hopefully you had a nice turkey. Right? The turkey cookers were on their game yesterday.
I have to agree. I had a
smoked turkey.
It was something else.
What did I say, fellas? I mean, come on.
Listen, he might not be on it with parlays, but he's definitely got it when it comes to this.
I know my food, guys. It's not. I am the food killer also. So,
right.
We can make that happen.
So Thanksgiving went well. Hopefully it did for everybody else. Weather turned out to be okay. Could have been worse. A lot of the bad stuff was the night before.
It cold out there, though.
It was chilly.
It was
chilly.
It was
brisk.
It was cold. A little icy, too, out there, I think. But we've dealt with worse.
Not as much
snow
as forecast, which is the nice part about it.
I was appreciative.
Yeah.
Didn't have to take my mid-Thanksgiving shovel trip out there to make sure nobody falls. That's always a tough move to have to make when you're getting done with dinner and you're like, get tapped on the shoulder, like, go shovel outside real quick. It's a little slippery out there.
It's kind of nice. Though. You work off what you just put in your system.
Yeah, but that is not the time. I mean, I want to lay down and watch the Chiefs lose, which is what I did.
The call for, all right, dessert time after you've just eaten all day.
Right.
I go to my aunt and uncle's house last night, and they don't just do the Thanksgiving meal. Like, they'll put out some apps, like some finger foods before.
The hors d'oeuvres.
And this year What is sitting in a crock pot next to all of that? Oh, and there's little mugs next to it. Chicken wing soup. Great. It was amazing.
Wow.
And now I'm like, how much soup can I have?
Right.
And still have room for another meal, and then the meal, and then it's dessert time. It's a lot of food.
Man.
Really is a lot of food.
You know
Not
what
sure
I
I
had?
need to eat today.
That blew me away. Corn pudding, cornbread. It's like a mishmash of both of them.
Together?
Sweet, like it was a sweet cornbread.
Was it like a corn gusher? What
So
are we
you
talking
made
about
like
here?
you made like the corn pudding, and then you put the cornbread like batter, like the powder to make like the box batter into it. And then you bake it. So then it's like
Interesting.
Like you're combining the two a little bit.
Well, then
there.
what's the consistency? It's like
it's more cornbread. It's like cakey, you know?
Cakey. All right.
A little
Corn
more
cake.
moist. Yeah, I guess.
It's more
you
like
could call it
corn
that.
cake?
Yeah.
Yeah. I did not get to
Interesting.
test out your corn pudding recipe yesterday, but I have a Friendsgiving that I am planning on making that my offering. So
Everyone should have it in their lives. Corn pudding.
about it.
Everyone should have it in their lives. Well, we'll get to a lot today. It's Football Friday here on WGR, brought to you by Salino Law. Car crash, call Salino. Call the 8s by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's Hometown Fuel, game day ready since 1922. We'll have Sal, we'll have Chris Brown. We will mix Paul Hamilton in along the way. A little bit on the Sabres, who fell in Pittsburgh on Wednesday, and they play today at 4 at KeyBank Center. So no show up in the Bulldog today because we're going to have Sabres hockey on the air against the Devils. So we'll get Paul in at 7:30, but mostly football and otherwise. Get to some of the games from last night. The Chiefs, Bills, Steelers, of course. One thing that I always find fun, though, about Thanksgiving or like big family get-togethers like that is sometimes you get an off-the-wall sports question that you're not expecting. Because, you know, family knows what you do, and they might want to throw something your way. Like, what do you think of this? And usually it's, what's going on with Keon Coleman? Or will they finally fire McDermott? Or Bean is a question that you've gotten for a long time. Yesterday I got a unique one, which is, in fact, actually my dad I think is the one who came up with it, which is, would you take the Bills missing the playoffs if it meant the Sabres would make the playoffs?
Ooh.
How do you feel about that as a question? The Bills would miss, but the Sabres would make it.
Ooh, that's really good.
You know the Sabres aren't winning a cup.
Right.
The Bills, you might be passing on an opportunity to win the Super Bowl. You could even fold the Chiefs into this, which is, am I going to miss the playoffs in a year the Chiefs are also going to miss?
Right.
They're not in my hair, and I'm not there at the big dance?
That's a tough one.
It was a tough one. I
feel
still
like
had a hard time saying no to the Sabres because I just don't know that it's ever going to happen. If you could tell me it's going to happen, I might have to take it because I don't know if I'm ever going to get another chance.
I feel
the way
like
things are going.
I've mentally prepared enough for the Bills to just slide here at the end of the season, like the way it's looking. Like that's why there's even heavy consideration to go the other way on that one and have the Sabres make it. But
does the Bills missing mean that they also pick a receiver in the first round, like pick 23?
Does not automatically mean that.
We don't get that given.
Means it's more likely. Those are often where they go.
That's a good one. I have a hard time.
You're a hockey guy.
I'm a hockey guy.
I know
have
who you're
never
picking.
seen it in my real sentient adulthood. And I think the Bills will, if they
You're picking the
missed
hockey team.
a year, like they're going to get back.
We
So,
think. They should get back.
they should make some big adjustments and get back.
Yeah,
like if they
exactly.
miss, like something's got to change.
Listen, there is the fan out there, and there are not many of them. I think they're in the minority. They are maybe sometimes a loud minority, but there's a small sector of fans that I think are just so over the GM and the coach that they might be, on a question like this, willing to tell you, I'll take that because that means it's more likely that they're going to make a big change. I've been wanting a big change since 13 seconds, and if they were to miss the playoffs, then they would have to do something, right? Like that's a thought
side
process.
of it. That's another side of it. I like that. I mean, I've liked the coach. I've gone through different things with that coach, so that doesn't weigh for me as much, but I could see a lot of people hearing that part and going, "Oh yeah, give me that," because that might just switch it up enough that if you're a person that believes this regime is never going to get done, that might be a pill you feel you must swallow to get to the promised land.
On the other hand, if we're going to use the same logic, though, if the Sabres were to make it, then you might be getting like 7 more years of Kevin Adams as the Sabres general manager.
Right.
Mm-hmm. So there's that. There's that, too.
Yeah, I don't think we could have that.
A lot of different factors.
That would be tough.
You could fold into it. Really, just it all comes back to we just want the hockey team to make it once. One time. Just get in, please. They're losing to Pittsburgh, out shooting them like 35-10 or something, and the goalie makes 2 mistakes that you can't make, and bam, you lose. Just that's how it goes.
Yeah,
that's how it goes.
Not good.
All right, well, anyways, it's a football Friday. We'll get to football. We'll get to some hockey with Paul at 7:30. Joe DiBiase, Jeremy White is off today. He'll be back next week after Bills and Steelers, which we will look a lot at today. Pittsburgh's in the playoffs this morning. Pittsburgh's in the playoffs. The postseason picture is wild right now. If I had showed any football fan in the world the standings the day before the season began and showed you, I know there's 7 that make the playoffs, but let me tell you who the top 6 teams in the AFC are on November 28th, not September 10th, the day after week 1. Let me show you what it looks like here this late in the year, week 13. The Patriots are number 1, Denver number 2, Indy number 3, Daniel Jones and the Colts. Yes, Daniel Jones and the Colts, who, by the way, is a broken leg and playing through it somehow. I don't know what's going on there. Pittsburgh's number 4, Chargers number 5, Jaguars number 6. There's your top 6 teams in the AFC on November 28th. No Bills, no Chiefs, no Ravens. Unbelievable that these 3 teams have all stumbled to different degrees. The Bills are by far in the best shape right now, or maybe you wouldn't say that. Maybe you would say that it's still Baltimore because they are a half game out of their division and they have a much better chance of hosting a playoff game. But at the same time, the Ravens also have a better chance of missing the playoffs than the Bills do. They are a game back of the Bills. In fact, they are actually, they are a game and a half back and don't have the tiebreaker. So it's almost like they're 2.5 games back of the Bills. And that's the same as true of the Chiefs. 6-6. No tiebreaker against the Bills. It's really kind of like 2.5 games back. So as much as the Bills haven't looked great, and they've had a couple of bad losses, and some of it is even the schedule that they've played that is helping them, they are in better shape to make it this morning than Baltimore and Kansas City. There is a world where those 2 teams miss the playoffs entirely. And I can explain it for Baltimore. I can watch the Ravens and know why that would happen. One, they were injured for majority of the season, not just Lamar Jackson, but all the pieces on defense. And they are getting healthier and have been getting healthier on defense for a while now. Kyle Hamilton got back and a bunch of other pieces. Nate Wiggins. So they're getting healthier over there. Still might not be a great unit, but better than they probably were at some point during the season. Although Burrow had a pretty nice game yesterday. The reason the Ravens would miss, that I think is perfectly explainable, is Lamar ain't right. Lamar ain't right at all. You can see it. It's so obvious. He had that hamstring injury when he played the Chiefs, and ever since then, it just hasn't looked good. In the 5 games he's played, he's won 4 of them. Last night was his first loss since September. So it had been 2 months since we had seen him lose. He obviously missed a lot of those games. But in none of these wins had he really looked dominant, never looked like he was running around, escaping. That was probably the biggest tell as to why you knew Lamar wasn't the same Lamar, and that offense wasn't the same terrifying, dominant, rushing attack combined with a dynamic passing attack. Lamar in his 5 games since he's returned. These are his rushing totals in the 5 games that he has played since coming back from injury. 14 yards, 36 yards, 10 yards, 11 yards, and then last night, 27 yards. Nothing happening. He's taking 1 million sacks, and the passing, I think, is starting to get taken advantage of by defenses because they know he is not the threat to run that he was at the beginning of the season or last year or beyond. So Lamar not being right, that's how it'll happen for Baltimore. I think it's pretty easy to see that. I also feel like this is true of Derrick Henry, too. And he put up a decent game yesterday. He averaged 6 yards a carry. He only had 10 carries. But anyone else watching Derrick Henry and looking at a guy that just can't hit top speed anymore? Or maybe he had an injury that no one knows about that he's been nagging him and dealing with during the year. That can happen too. Because beginning of the year, week 1 against the Bills, he looked amazing. So, but that can happen, right? Like guys at that age, you get the wear and tear of the season, and sometimes you can't carry that on your shoulders the way that you once were able to. And at 31 years old, with all the mileage that Henry has, like if his decline was to come in the middle of a year, that's not unheard of. That could definitely be the case. And I think that might be happening. He just looks so slow to me. Still hard to tackle. He's big. Like he gets even a little bit of speed, and he's still tough to bring down. But half his yards came on one run last night. I don't know. Like I don't see the same player at the moment. Maybe I'll be eating crow on that if they play the Bills in a playoff game and he goes for 200 yards, which could also happen. But I think the Baltimore problems are their best 2 players aren't right. The running back looks shot at the moment, and the quarterback doesn't look healthy. That's how they'll miss. Someone explain the Chiefs to me. Someone explain the Chiefs. Why is it happening to Kansas City? And I'm glad it's happening to Kansas City. I think they're in way worse shape than the Pittsburgh than the Ravens are, because the Ravens just have to track down one team. They just got to get over the hump against Pittsburgh, and they're in. They could be in a spot by the weekend at 6-6. The Ravens might be able to win like 8 games and make the playoffs. It's possible. 9 probably gets them in. Depends how they play against the Steelers head-to-head. Meanwhile, the Chiefs, like their bar for getting in, it might be 11 wins. And I got news for you. They only got 5 games left. Their bar to get in might be winning out. We talked a little bit about them on Wednesday at the beginning of the show and how they don't really have margin for error. And there they went, and they found a way to lose to the Cowboys, which in that game, did you guys watch the game and think the same thing I did? Which is the Chiefs on defense could not, like they just knew they couldn't cover Lamb and Pickens. And that they were grabbing on every play. And you know what? Like as much flack, and a lot of times it's deserved, as the refs get for giving the Chiefs breaks, it happens in the playoffs a lot. Like their penalty differential in the postseason is like disgusting. But I also want to take an opportunity when it's deserved to give them like a little golf clap, because I think the Chiefs' game plan was grab their receivers on every play and they won't call it every time, and I feel like the refs called it almost every time.
They did.
Yeah.
They did. It was a yellow flag central for them, and I didn't hate it at all.
Yeah, I couldn't believe how much they looked like they could not compete on that side of the ball with them. It was...
Yeah.
Even with Rice and Worthy and Kelsey, like,
but on the defense too, like those are not McDuffie and Watson are good corners,
right?
And they couldn't handle Lamb and Pickens.
Yeah, those 2 guys are
they're otherworldly at this point. Yeah,
I had a hard time watching other teams' second best receivers look like they could eat the lives of every receiver on the Bills combined. That's a different point.
Is the Cowboys' second best receiver CeeDee Lamb, by the way? Pickens, who tweeted, one of the Buffalo media guys tweeted that Pickens right now, he is the best receiver in the NFL. And I might not go there because Jackson Smith and Jigba is having an insane season. Yeah. I would always just say Jamar Chase. But I'd listen to it. I wouldn't yell at someone who wanted to tell me right now they think Pickens is the best receiver in the league. He is insane.
He's dodging tackles, hurdling over guys seconds later. Like he was in a different planet yesterday.
He catches everything that's near him.
Yes.
And if he doesn't catch it, he draws a penalty on it because nobody can defend him.
Yeah.
It is incredible to watch him and Lamb both, but like he is just such a spectacle to watch because he's so dominant. He's so big and he's fast still. It is. You see why we want this for Josh when you watch those guys play, because it's a different way that these players create for their offenses. The Bills talk so much about, well, we want to get the ball in the hands of our guys so that they can make plays, so we can take some load off of Josh, right? It's like, yeah, you can, like, you should be doing that with better players, probably. Right. Like, you've got guys here that play in this league that if you just get them out in space, get them open, you don't have to work this hard. Everything looks so difficult for those Bills. And then you watch Dak just chuck a ball down, like, go get it. Go get it, Lamb. Go get it, Pickens. You'll go jump over a guy and make it happen here. And the Bills just don't have that talent. And I think it just becomes so obvious when you watch these other teams with these guys, these premier players play. It's just that stuff doesn't happen.
It makes it a lot easier on Dak.
Right.
And I think what every team's fan base is doing this morning is they are going back to May 7th and they are asking themselves, why didn't our team trade a 3rd and a 5th round pick for George Pickens, who's maybe one of the 5 best receivers in the league today?
Right.
Why didn't my team do that? And there would be some obvious reasons. One reason he probably didn't go for more is he's never had a year like this. He's actually less than 100 yards away from his career high in receiving yards, and he's got 5 games left. He's going to smash it. He's on pace right now for 1,600 yards. His previous high with Pittsburgh was 1,100. And that's an obvious, well, how's that the case? Dak Prescott is a way better quarterback than
Kenny Pickett
and Mason Rudolph. And who are the other Steeler quarterbacks that have played recently? Was
Russell
Duck
Wilson
Hodges in the mix there? Russell Wilson.
Justin Fields.
Exactly. You get him a good quarterback, not even like the best, although Dak is pretty darn good, and always has been. You give him a good quarterback, and bam, there he is. And again, 1 great receiver feels like it's necessary. 2 is a luxury where the payoff is obvious. When you got a guy like Pickens, you're going to get the most out of him when defenses can't focus all their attention on him because there's another guy they got to do that with. And that is when, to compare to the Bills, it's when the Bills were at their best. It's not just when they had Diggs. It's they had Diggs, and it didn't look right when Ken Dorsey was the coordinator. When you're at your best with these offenses, the absolute pinnacle is when you have one guy that is so good that he pulls the gravity of the defense over to him, and he makes it so that you've got to double cover him, and you got to bracket, you got to pay attention to him. And then you have another guy that's really good that can take advantage of the lack of attention on him. That's what's happening in Dallas right now. It's what's happened in Cincinnati for years. You see it at Philadelphia when they want to throw the ball, and the Bills when they had, the guys that I think a lot of fans miss right now, Beasley and Brown and Sanders and Davis, taking advantage of, I don't have as hard of a job because Diggs is so good, he makes my job easier. And I think that has made these receivers' jobs harder. So they don't have Pickens. Listen, would it be going as well here if the Bills had traded a 3rd-round pick and a 5th-round pick for George Pickens? I think we'd be going pretty well. Maybe it wouldn't be going this well because of the point I just made about Lamb being on the other side. I'm not sure he'd be on pace for almost 1,700 yards. But I don't think there's any doubt he would help. And he would have helped a lot. But when you go back to that moment, why didn't a lot of teams trade a 3rd for him? It wasn't just he had never put up these types of numbers. It was the dude is a crazy person. He tries to fight people all the time. He's explosive both on the field and probably in the locker room a little bit too. And he's a guy that is You got to pay a little extra attention to managing him and his personality. And, like, Dallas even had to do it a little bit. He was out at a casino until, like, 4 o'clock in the morning a couple weeks ago, and he missed a drive because of it, because of a suspension. Like, there's some stuff you're going to have to deal with. And I don't know, are the Bills one of these teams we think would manage that or would be good at managing that? Because typically they like to just run away from that type of challenge. Like, this guy is amazing, but I've got to really work hard to keep him in line. Again, they haven't really tried to fight that fight many times. Not that I can really remember. So I don't know how it would be going here. But it's certainly a trade that you could look at and go, wish my team did that. And I think everybody today is doing that. Steeler fans are probably just mad that they did it at all. They didn't need to. They don't have another receiver other than Metcalf. So Pickens is a story, and putting the Chiefs to 6-6 behind Houston, behind the Bills, tied with Baltimore. The Chiefs are now a game and a half behind all of the wildcard teams, and they've lost to all of the wildcard teams. So they are essentially 2.5 games back with 5 games to go. Really tough. And we played this game on Wednesday. If you gave them wins against Tennessee and the Raiders, both games are on the road, but I'd be inclined to just say they're going to win those games. That gets them to 8. 10 wins, and they've got a shot at making the postseason. That would be winning 2 of 3 between Houston, the Chargers, and the Broncos. They win 2 of those 3, they got a shot. But again, the problem is they might lose out on tiebreakers because they don't have any at the moment. 11 is the record that gives them, all right, you should be in. That's winning all of their games. And to the original question, someone explain how they're losing these games. They look dangerous, but it's these little mental mistakes. Kelsey's dropping a ball, and Rice is dropping a wide open pass. And I think probably the best explanation would be that the defense isn't as good as it's been in the last couple of years. And I think that's true. But they scored 23 and 19 points. And what was yesterday? They scored 23 and 19 in the previous 2 games. And then yesterday against the Dallas Cowboys, they scored 28. That's better. But even the offense is like these little mistakes, or Mahomes is missing passes down the field. I don't know. It's really weird to me that they've lost 6 games, but it's good, right? And everybody's very happy about it. I think we're about to get ready for a playoffs that does not include them. 803-0550 is the phone number. Bills and Steelers, how confident are you feeling about them? And also, like, folding the Chiefs into the Bills season, does their demise make you feel better or worse? Because it should be better, but I also heard a little bit from fans and family the last couple of days that, man, the Chiefs are down and the Bills aren't taking advantage of it. And there's some frustration, I think, on that front, too. 803-0550 is the phone number. It's a Football Friday here on WGR. We'll have Sal, we'll have Chris, and we'll start to get into Bills and Steelers. Coming up here on WGR. We'll be back in a snap, brought to you by also feel like this is true of Derrick Henry, too. And he put up a decent game yesterday. He averaged 6 yards a carry. He only had 10 carries. But anyone else watching Derrick Henry and looking at a guy that just can't hit top speed anymore? Or maybe he had an injury that no one knows about that he's been nagging him and dealing with during the year. That can happen too. Because beginning of the year, week 1 against the Bills, he looked amazing. So, but that can happen, right? Like guys at that age, you get the wear and tear of the season, and sometimes you can't carry that on your shoulders the way that you once were able to. And at 31 years old, with all the mileage that Henry has, like if his decline was to come in the middle of a year, that's not unheard of. That could definitely be the case. And I think that might be happening. He just looks so slow to me. Still hard to tackle. He's big. Like, he gets even a little bit of speed, and he's still tough to bring down. But half his yards came on one run last night. I don't know. Like, I don't see the same player at the moment. Maybe I'll be eating crow on that if they play the Bills in a playoff game and he goes for 200 yards, which could also happen. But I think the Baltimore problems are their best 2 players aren't right. The running back looks shot at the moment, and the quarterback doesn't look healthy. That's how they'll miss. One thing that I always find fun, though, about Thanksgiving or like big family get-togethers like that is sometimes you get an off-the-wall sports question that you're not expecting. Because, you know, family knows what you do, and they might want to throw something your way. Like, what do you think of this? And usually it's, you know, oh, what's going on with Keon Coleman? Or will they finally fire McDermott? Or Bean is a question that you've gotten for a long time. Yesterday, I got a unique one, which is, in fact, actually my dad, I think, is the one who came up with it, which is, would you take the Bills missing the playoffs if it meant the Sabres would make the playoffs?
Ooh.
How do you feel about that as a question? The Bills would miss, but the Sabres would make it.
That's really good.
You know the Sabres aren't winning a cup.
Right.
The Bills, you might be passing on an opportunity to win the Super Bowl. You could even fold the Chiefs into this, which is, am I going to miss the playoffs in a year the Chiefs are also going to miss?
Right.
Mm-hmm. They're not in my hair, and I'm not there at the big dance?
That's a tough one.
It was a tough one. I still had a hard time saying no to the Sabres because I just don't know that it's ever going to happen. If you could tell me it's going to happen, I might have to take it because I don't know if I'm ever going to get another chance.
I feel
the way
like
things are going.
I've mentally prepared enough for the Bills to just slide here at the end of the season, like the way it's looking. Like that's why there's even heavy consideration to go the other way on that one and have the Sabres make it. But
does the Bills missing mean that they also pick a receiver in the first round, like pick 23?
Does not automatically mean that.
We don't get that given.
Means it's more likely. Those are often where they go.
That's a good one. I have a hard time.
You're a hockey guy.
I'm a hockey guy.
I know
I've
who you're
never
picking.
seen it in my real sentient adulthood. And I think the Bills will, if they miss
the hockey team
a year, like they're going to get back.
We think. They should get back.
They should make some big adjustments and get back.
Yeah,
like if they miss, like something's got to change.
Listen,
Bills, Steelers, 4:25 kickoff this Sunday at Acrisure Stadium. An injury update for the Bills from yesterday's practice. Maxwell Hairston dealing with a concussion, upgraded to a full participant in practice. Dalton Kincaid was still a limited participant with his hamstring injury. Did upgrade from a did not practice the day before. Terrell Bernard dealing with an elbow injury. Spencer Brown with a shoulder injury. Deion Dawkins with a concussion. Joshua Palmer with an ankle injury. And Curtis Samuel dealing with an elbow and knee injury did not participate in yesterday's practice. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres back in last place in the Eastern Conference as they fall to the Penguins 4-2 in Pittsburgh Wednesday night. They're now 9-10-4 on the season. They're back in action today with a 4 o'clock face-off against the Devils at KeyBank Center. You'll be able to catch all of the game action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Yesterday, around the NFL, the Packers best the Lions 31-24. Cowboys beat the Chiefs 31-28. The Chiefs are now fall to 6-6. Last night, Joe Burrow's return. The Bengals topped the Ravens 31-14. Joe Burrow completed 24 of 46 passes for 261 yards and 2 touchdowns last night. In other news, Steelers quarterback Aaron Rodgers with a wrist practice in full yesterday, along with DK Metcalf dealing with an ankle injury, and Daniel Jones will attempt to play through a fractured fibula against the Texans this weekend. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Nobody's helping over the top over here. 3rd and 8. Here comes the blitz. There you saw it, Tony. There's Pickens. He pirouettes around the defender and takes off past Edwards. Oh, my gosh. What a leap that was. That was insane.
Cowboys beat the Chiefs on Thanksgiving. 3-point victory and sending Kansas City to 6-6. The Cowboys go to 6-5-1, so they're staying in the race in the NFC. Good morning, it's Jeremy and Joe. We're going to get all in on Bills and Steelers. The Bills injury report throughout the week has not looked great. Hopefully it gets to a better place today. Sean McDermott with Sal Capaccio a little bit later on the Extra Point Show. We'll have Sal before that at 8 a.m. and plenty of time for your phone calls right before we roll through calls. So we got a few on the Bills here. From Joe's update. Is Daniel Jones a psycho? Is he crazy? What is he doing? He has a fractured fibula.
Yeah.
That's your leg, folks. He has a fracture in his leg, and he's playing Houston?
Yeah, Will Anderson.
Did they see what they just did to Josh Allen a week ago? They're going to play Daniel Jones with a broken leg against the Texans. All power to him. I mean,
did you see him running in practice yesterday?
Does their season not end the second he gets hit the wrong way by Will Anderson on the leg? Because then they're at Anthony Richardson. And listen, I liked Anthony Richardson a lot as a prospect. And if you're a rebuilding team, I would still take a shot at him. He's 23 years old. But listen, when you're 9-2 and you're 9-3 and you're trying to win the division and do something in the playoffs, not the time for Anthony Richardson. And he is right now, I feel like he better be ready to come in. That just seems like an insane idea.
He was struggling in practice. Like, he was dropping back, and he was limping pretty good. So I don't know why they're even considering putting him out there. But
bet the over on Jonathan Taylor rushing attempts in this game. Is he going to get 40 attempts? Man. 803-0550 is the phone number. Bills and Steelers. How are we feeling about this game? There's either hey, Steelers aren't that good. Bills are going to get right. They've done this a lot this year, right? Some of their best games have been after embarrassing losses. Also, the Steelers have this juju of they're going to get a blocked kick or a stupid ball up in the air, pick six, and they'll find a way to be in the game because that's what Pittsburgh does. So let me know what you think. 803-0550 is the phone number. Let's go to Jason in Williamsville. What's up, Jason? Jason.
Happy belated Thanksgiving.
Got you too.
The reason that I'm calling is because I think the Bills fans, and I'm one of them, their anger is misplaced.
Okay.
The anger should be on Bean, not McDermott. And here's why. Bean seems to have these blinders on that Josh Allen is so good that he doesn't have to upgrade the offensive line or the wide receiver group because Josh Allen will just make up for everything. And this season, I think, is showing that no matter how good Allen is, he can't cover up for everything. And what I think needs to be done is at the end of the season meeting, I think Pagula needs to step in. I think he needs to call Josh Allen and his agent in and Bean and sit there and tell Bean he can't keep doing this. He has to upgrade the offensive line and the wide receiver group to win the Super Bowl. And what he needs to say to Allen and his agent is very simply, listen, we need cap space. Will you lower your cap hit so we can do it? And if they did that, I think Josh Allen wants to win the Super Bowl more than he wants to have money, and I think he would do it.
Yeah. It's an idea, Jason. We ran a poll, I was just looking for it, last week or earlier this week about how there's 4 different places you could put blame right now. One is the quarterback, and there's very, very few people that want to do that. Although I think more and more recognizing Allen's not having a great year. The other places are Joe Brady, Sean McDermott, or Brandon Beane. And Brandon Beane ran away with that poll. So I do think that more people are starting to put heat on the GM than they are the coach. And that's not to say that, McDermott is absolved from these struggles that they've had. And more than that, the playoff defeats. Still think McDermott gets more blame for that. But I think Bills fans see the roster now. And they really realize this team just doesn't have dudes. It doesn't have stars around their quarterback. And when you watch the league and you're sitting back on Thanksgiving and you're watching, hey, Dak Prescott's a great quarterback, but man, look at how good Lamb is. Look how good Pickens is. You're watching the Packers. It doesn't have to be receivers. And because Jordan Love does not have unbelievable receivers around him. He's got guys that are okay. He's throwing the ball yesterday, slinging it around to Wicks and Heath and Melton. But Green Bay, look at Micah Parsons. Look how good that dude is. Look how good Micah Parsons is. And Kansas City has got Kelsey forever. Chris Jones blowing up plays in the backfield yesterday. I mean, every team you watch, it's not just the quarterback. It's look how good this guy is. Look how good that guy is on that same team. And the Bills they don't have a look at that guy. Not really. They got players that are okay. And I think that has got fans rubbed the wrong way on the GM. I think the draft picks in the last couple of years specifically not hitting and not being players that have contributed, whether that was Landon Jackson when he was healthy or that's been TJ Sanders all year or whether that was Coleman or Dwayne Carter. Lots and lots of examples of that. Elam, of course. I think that the tide is beginning to turn. So, I was a lot of the coach before. I think it's still a good amount of the coach, but I think the GM is starting to pull away. Paul and Akron before the break. What's up, Paul?
Yeah, good morning. I agree with you. I think the blame, there's more than just one guy to blame there. But what I wanted to talk about, first of all, happy Thanksgiving, belated one.
You as well.
Hope you guys had a good one. But we all watch these games, and I wanted to talk about Josh Allen since you were talking about the other quarterbacks. Like, he was sacked 8 times last game. I really think, James Cook, his very first carry, Sean McDermott benched him because he fumbled it. And, I see these other teams, when these guys fumble, they go right back to them to give them that confidence. Seems like Sean McDermott kind of holds Josh Allen as a pleaser. So he's afraid to throw that ball. I think that's why he took, so many sacks. He doesn't want to let his coach down as much as he doesn't want to let his fans down. He wants to win. So I kind of think that Sean McDermott is holding him back a little bit by his style. Like don't throw that ball. You're going to get an interception. So if you get one of these wide receivers that you're talking about, is he really going to want to throw that ball when he's still covered? Because Josh Allen seems to throw the ball when guys are wide open. He rarely tries to squeeze one in there. Not that he never does. It's usually in desperation mode. So it seems to me like Sean McDermott just needs to go up and, pat him on the back and say, listen, don't worry about it. Go do your game. Just throw it. And if he could do that, I think we'd win a little more. And, just unleash the giant that we have there instead of holding that giant back because you're so afraid. I mean, when's the last time you've seen us throw a ball way down the field on 2nd and 1 or 3rd and 1 at our own 40 or 45-yard line? Just chuck it down to the 20, and if they intercept it, just like Jeremy says, it's an arm punt. If we had to punt it, we probably got, a better field position, out of them if they intercepted it to 10 than if we punted it and they ran it back to the 30.
I think
that's my kind of take, but what do you guys think about him holding him back a little bit? Now,
thanks, Paul.
Good morning.
I think that is a lot of what people loved about the Tampa game. It was just let it fly, and you didn't hit on them all. There were the Hardman drop down the field, or when Allen missed on Samuel and Shakir on back-to-back plays, but it was you're shooting for big plays, and they hit on a bunch of them. Is he afraid to fit it into a tight window right now? Like, I do think there is an element right now to Allen's game of he's a little timid to pull the trigger on certain throws and certain plays, whether that is because of himself. I think it's probably more to do with the people he's throwing to and the trust there. But when he is trustworthy of a guy, Gabe Davis, one of the biggest plays of the game against Houston, what is it? It's a downfield, tight coverage throw against one of the best corners in football, Derek Stingley. And it almost was completed. Davis didn't get the second foot down. So I know that's different. It's late game, and you got to get to the end zone, so there's a little bit more pressure on to put the ball in harm's way. He tried to on that throw earlier in the game that got picked off against the Texans. He's trying to zip that ball into a window, and the linebacker gets a hand on it, it goes up in the air, and it's picked. So he is still trying them. But is he trying them as often? Yeah, there might be some truth to that. 803-0550 is the phone number. If you're on hold, stay there. Bills and Steelers on Sunday. How's your vibe check on this game? I think most fans are pretty confident, but maybe not. It's a road game against a team with a winning record at the end of the day. That is when we come back. We'll be back in a snap. Also, we have Sal coming up a little bit later on in the show. The injury report is also, I think, a big factor into how fans are feeling about this game coming up on Sunday. So we'll get to that as well, and your phone calls will improve the game plan when we come back. Stay tuned. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy is off this morning, and this is WGR. The postseason picture is wild right now. If I had showed any football fan in the world the standings the day before the season began and showed you, I know there's 7 that make the playoffs, but let me tell you who the top 6 teams in the AFC are on November 28th, not September 10th, the day after week 1. Let me show you what it looks like here this late in the year, week 13. The Patriots are number 1. Denver, number 2. Indy, number 3. Daniel Jones and the Colts. Yes, Daniel Jones and the Colts, who, by the way, is a broken leg and playing through it somehow. I don't know what's going on there. Pittsburgh's number 4. Chargers, number 5. Jaguars, number 6. There's your top 6 teams in the AFC on November 28th. No Bills, no Chiefs, no Ravens. Unbelievable that these 3 teams have all stumbled to different degrees. The Bills are by far in the best shape right now. Or maybe you wouldn't say that. Maybe you would say that it's still Baltimore because they are a half game out of their division and they have a much better chance of hosting a playoff game. But at the same time, the Ravens also have a better chance of missing the playoffs than the Bills do. They are a game back of the Bills. In fact, they are actually, They are a game and a half back and don't have the tiebreaker. So it's almost like they're 2.5 games back of the Bills. And that's the same as true of the Chiefs. 6-6. No tiebreaker against the Bills. It's really kind of like 2.5 games back. So as much of the Bills haven't looked great, and they've had a couple of bad losses, and some of it is even the schedule that they've played that is helping them. They are in better shape to make it this morning than Baltimore and Kansas City. There is a world where those two teams miss the playoffs entirely. I also feel like this is true of Derrick Henry, too. And he put up a decent game yesterday. He averaged 6 yards a carry. He only had 10 carries. But anyone else watching Derrick Henry and looking at a guy that just can't hit top speed anymore? Or maybe he had an injury that no one knows about that he's been nagging him and dealing with during the year. That can happen too. Because beginning of the year, week 1 against the Bills, he looked amazing. But that can happen, right? Like guys at that age, you get the wear and tear of the season, and sometimes you can't carry that on your shoulders the way that you once were able to. And at 31 years old, with all the mileage that Henry has, like if his decline was to come in the middle of a year, that's not unheard of. That could definitely be the case. And I think that might be happening. He just looks so slow to me. Still hard to tackle. He's big. Like, he gets even a little bit of speed, and he's still tough to bring down. But half his yards came on one run last night. I don't know. Like, I don't see the same player at the moment. Maybe I'll be eating crow on that if they play the Bills in a playoff game and he goes for 200 yards, which could also happen. But I think the Baltimore problems are their best two players aren't right. The running back looks shot at the moment, and the quarterback doesn't look healthy. That's how they'll miss. Football Friday here on WGR. Bills and Steelers on Sunday. A lot of Thanksgiving football to react to. I want to get to some of the fourth down stuff that we saw yesterday. Both Green Bay and Detroit going for a lot of fourth downs. And one team won because of it. Let's go to Anthony in New York next. What's up, Anthony?
How you doing, Nate? Happy holidays.
Joe, but what's up, man?
Oh, Joe, I'm sorry, Joe.
Go ahead.
Anyway, this is a must-win game. No fans but the body.
What's that?
They got to protect Allen Sunday. They can't let him take those hits he did against Houston 10 days ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, listen. The Steelers, McDermott said 12 hits again during his press conference on Wednesday. And that number being mentioned so many times by the head coach, like, he's sending a message. And he doesn't need to. He's, I'm sure, sent that message in their meetings this week that cannot sustain itself. This Steelers D-line, it can't look like it did against Houston. And I think it might. I think it really might. They have some good pass rushers. Maybe they're not getting the results that they used to. But the Bills' line being banged up for the first time in years, I really wonder what their adjustment is going to be. No practice for Spencer Brown and no practice for Deion Dawkins through 2 days so far. Dawkins is in concussion protocol, so maybe he clears, but that's a weird one. He went in for a concussion test during the Houston game. He cleared, and then the next day he had symptoms, so he probably was playing with a concussion. So that's not great. Brown with the shoulder. If you got two backup tackles in there against even this version of TJ Watt and Highsmith, if he plays, the rest of them, that's a tough matchup. Allen could be getting hit a lot if they don't keep extra guys in to protect him. 803-0550 is the phone number. You got a thought on Bills and Steelers, your vibe check, how confident you'd be for this game, and how do you treat the Chiefs missing? Is the Chiefs' potential for missing 39%, Next Gen Stats puts them at now, to make the playoffs? Does that make you even more frustrated about the season the Bills are having? Let me know what you think here on Jeremy and Joe. It's a Football Friday here on WGR. One thing that I always find fun, though, about Thanksgiving or big family get-togethers like that is sometimes you get an off-the-wall sports question that you're not expecting because, family knows what you do, and they might want to throw something your way. What do you think of this? And usually it's, what's going on with Keon Coleman? Or will they finally fire McDermott? Or Bean is a question that you've gotten for a long time. Yesterday I got a unique one, which is, in fact, actually my dad I think is the one who came up with it, which is, would you take the Bills missing the playoffs if it meant the Sabres would make the playoffs? Ooh. How do you feel about that as a question? The Bills would miss, but the Sabres would make it.
Ooh, that's really good.
The Sabres aren't winning a cup.
Right.
The Bills, you might be passing on an opportunity to win the Super Bowl. You could even fold the Chiefs into this, which is, am I going to miss the playoffs in a year the Chiefs are also going to miss?
Right.
Mm-hmm. They're not in my hair, and I'm not there at the big dance?
That's a tough one.
It was a tough one. I still had a hard time saying no to the Sabres because I just don't know that it's ever going to happen. If you could tell me it's going to happen, I might have to take it because I don't know if I'm ever going to get another chance.
I feel
the way
like
things are going.
I've mentally prepared enough for the Bills to just slide here at the end of the season, the way it's looking. That's why there's even heavy consideration to go the other way on that one and have the Sabres make it. But
does the Bills missing mean that they also pick a receiver in the first round, pick 23?
Does not automatically mean that.
We don't get that given.
It means it's more likely. Those are often where they go.
That's a good one. I have a hard time.
You're a hockey guy.
I'm a hockey guy.
I
have never seen it in my real sentient adulthood. And I think the Bills will, if they miss
the hockey team
a year, they're going to get back.
We
So,
think.
They
should get back.
They should make some big adjustments and get back.
Yeah,
like if they miss, like something's got to change.
Listen. I also feel like this is true of Derrick Henry, too. And he put up a decent game yesterday. He averaged 6 yards a carry. He only had 10 carries. But anyone else watching Derrick Henry and looking at a guy that just can't hit top speed anymore? Or maybe he had an injury that no one knows about that he's been nagging him and dealing with during the year. That can happen, too. Because beginning of the year, week 1 against the Bills, he looked amazing. But that can happen, right? Like, guys at that age, you get the wear and tear of the season, and sometimes you can't carry that on your shoulders the way that you once were able to. And at 31 years old, with all the mileage that Henry has, like if his decline was to come in the middle of a year, that's not unheard of. That could definitely be the case. And I think that might be happening. He just looks so slow to me. Still hard to tackle. He's big. Like, he gets even a little bit of speed, and he's still tough to bring down. But half his yards came on one run last night. I don't know. Like, I don't see the same player at the moment. Maybe I'll be eating crow on that if they play the Bills in a playoff game and he goes for 200 yards, which could also happen. But I think the Baltimore problems are their best two players aren't right. The running back looks shot at the moment, and the quarterback doesn't look healthy. That's how they'll miss.
Bills Steelers coming up this Sunday with kickoff at 4:25 at Acrisure Stadium in Pittsburgh. An injury update from yesterday's practice. Maxwell Hairston with a concussion, upgraded to a full participant from a limited participant earlier this week. Dalton Kincaid was a limited participant in practice with his hamstring injury, but he upgraded after not practicing on Wednesday. Terrell Bernard with an elbow injury, Spencer Brown with a shoulder injury, Deion Dawkins with a concussion, Joshua Palmer with an ankle injury, and Curtis Samuel with an elbow and knee injury. All did not participate in practice. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres back in last place in the Eastern Conference as they fall to the Penguins 4-2 in Pittsburgh Wednesday night. They're now 9-10-4 on the season. They're back in action today with a 4 o'clock face-off against the Devils at KeyBank Center. You'll be able to catch all of the game action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Yesterday around the NFL, Packers best the Lions 31-24. The Cowboys beat the Chiefs 31-28. Chiefs now are 500 on the season. And last night in Joe Burrow's return, the Bengals topped the Ravens 31-14. Joe Burrow completed 24 of 46 passes for 261 yards and 2 touchdowns. In other news, Steelers quarterback Aaron Rodgers with a wrist injury fully practiced on Thursday along with DK Metcalf, who's been dealing with an ankle injury. Daniel Jones will attempt to play through a fractured fibula against the Texans. And later today, the Bears take on the Eagles with kickoff set for 3 o'clock. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Yeah, a lot of respect. Obviously, it comes from a great lineage of pass rushers and great football players. Tough, high energy, plays with a high motor, intense. He's not the only one they have. They've got 3 outside that do well together, and then they've got a couple guys going on the inside, including Hayward there. And they blitz well also from the linebacker position. So they bring it from a lot of different areas, and it starts with that front.
Bills head coach Sean McDermott on the upcoming opponent, the Pittsburgh Steelers. The guy to keep an eye on outside of TJ Watt. In fact, this player, some of his underlying numbers are better than TJ Watt this year. Nick Herbig, who has 6.5 sacks on the year, and he's got some of the better pressure rate numbers in the NFL. Alex Highsmith is also very good, but he has missed a few games, and I've not seen whether he's going to play in this game or not. I think it was tracking towards he would, but I guess we'll see. 803-0550 is the phone number. Good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. The AFC standings this morning. Sal just tweeted them out from the official NFL page. And to see Kansas City and Baltimore out of it. This isn't even probably worth a poll. Would it be universal or close to universal that Bills fans would rather have a road playoff path with the Chiefs out of the picture than win the division? Like, if I gave you 2 options, you can win the division, but Kansas City and in Baltimore are going to be in the postseason, or you got to go on the road, but they're not in it. And I feel like most would say right now that that's more valuable. Right? No Kansas City in the playoffs. More valuable than winning the division? I think that's probably the case. I mean, it's possible if you win the division, you could play Kansas City in the first round. So their demise, they're just these 1-score losses on the road. I don't know what the record is, but they have a plus 73 point differential. If they miss the playoffs with a number around that, it's got to be historic. Got to be historic. But they've got some blowout wins, and they have some 1-score losses, and this is all the football gods making it even for allowing them to win 14 games, 15 games last season when they weren't that good. And they were winning on block field goals and balls hitting quarterbacks in the face and just the most ridiculous plays ever. I mentioned earlier, I thought the Chiefs' game plan yesterday was grab the Cowboys receivers on every play and dare the refs to call it. According to OptaStats, the Chiefs were flagged for 5 pass interference calls in the second half of yesterday's game. That is the most in a single half by any team in 35 years. So, credit where credit's due. The refs did call it on them yesterday. Now they just got to do it in the playoffs because that's really where the disparity has generally lied. At least the numbers show that. 803-0550 is the phone number. Bills and Steelers. So Pittsburgh as an opponent. The Rodgers story is the biggest one, how healthy he is. But when he's been healthy, this is the 22nd ranked pass attack in the NFL by total. They are 18th in net yards per attempt, which includes sacks. They are in rushing 27th overall and 23rd in yards per attempt. Just not a good offense. Defensively, where do they rank? They're the 14th ranked pass defense by yards per attempt. By total, they've allowed 2,800 yards. It's the most in the NFL. So dead last in pass defense for how much they've allowed. And rush defense, 15th for totals, 16th per attempt. They're not great at anything. They're not elite at anything. And with Rodgers playing through a broken wrist, like, this is a team the Bills should beat, even in their current form, where they might not have tackles in this game, and that's a big loss because Spencer Brown and Deion Dawkins are probably they're definitely two of the top 4 players on the offense with James Cook and Josh Allen. So not having them is bad. But even without them, I just think you got to beat this team. What inspires Steeler fans right now about their team? Nothing. The quarterback is kind of a game manager. And that is, I think, not that surprising how that's played out. Rodgers, in his last year with Green Bay, last year with the Jets, he's 42 years old. It's obvious that this would be the case. But a guy at that age slinging the ball around and throwing for 5,000 yards, other than Brady, nobody's ever done it. And him being a little bit more of a, you're going to throw 20-something times a game and 200 yards, 1 touchdown, just try not to turn the ball over. That's what it was supposed to look like. So it's not really that different from what they've had in recent years, which is why the Steelers this year are not really all that different. So to me, not really a threatening team. The Bills, historically, in Pittsburgh, the last game that they played there in the regular season was years ago now, where the Bills won in 2019 on Sunday Night Football. I think it was the first time they were on Sunday Night Football in a long time. And Allen hadn't even become what he's become yet. This is the 2019 season, so he was pretty good, but he had not become an elite guy yet. And they win 17-10 in Pittsburgh, which I think was capped off by a Tyler Kroft touchdown, if I remember correctly. The last time the Steelers have beat the Bills in Pittsburgh was 2013, which was their second to last game there. So part of that is they haven't played many games in Pittsburgh. But a place the Bills have not lost in a long time. Now, again, it's because of the regularity that they're there. The Bills have not won a game in Pittsburgh other than that 2019 win since 1993, and that was in the playoffs. Their last regular season win in Pittsburgh before 2019 was years ago. Like, you got to go back to the 70s. 75 was their second to last regular season win in Pittsburgh. So, not a threatening opponent. This is not the Steelers of those years anyway. This is a mid-team that gets lucky a lot, and I think is probably going to keep going with this coach and continue to be this in perpetuity. So, you got to win a game like this. How infuriating it'll be if they lose to the Steelers, because this game decides what's the rest of the season about. If they win this game against Pittsburgh, then they go to 8-4. And even though it's still unlikely, you're staying alive in the division. You're staying alive for the thing that happened to Miami 2 years ago. And while I don't think that's as likely to happen to New England, you are staying in the race. You're getting to Monday night. You're getting to Monday night against the Giants, Patriots-Giants, and we can sit down in front of that game and legitimately root for the Giants and feel like that it is meaningful. Because by the weekend's end, if you have arrived at New England has 3 losses and you have 4, and you still have a head-to-head game against each other, like, now we're into something. Now we're talking. It could flip very quickly. It really could. But if you lose this game to the Steelers, somehow, some way, on top of all the negative vibes that are going to come with, you lost to the Steelers? Really? And it probably would be in a dumb fashion, whether it's a block punt or some missed field goal, like Pittsburgh getting lucky in the way that they often do when they win. On top of all of that, you would have 5 losses. And now I'm going into Monday night thinking, all right, well, if the Giants win, I'm still 2 back, and it's not the same. It's not the same at all. It will feel like if they lose on Sunday, now it is a playoff conversation. Getting in the postseason. Houston nipping at your heels at 6-5. The Bills, if you lose, you could be out of the playoff mix by this weekend. Texans are playing Daniel Jones with a broken leg. 7-5 is, all right, I just got to stay above the Chiefs, stay above the Ravens, stay above the Texans. I got to tread water because now I got to fight just to make it. Maybe Jacksonville is a team I could track down. It becomes about all those other teams, about Jacksonville, Houston, Baltimore, Kansas City. They win the game, and I still think New England is the target. And the Patriots have not yet lost to one of these subpar teams, but don't they look like they want to? Don't they look like they could at any moment? Last week against the Bengals without Burrow, without Chase, without Higgins, and they barely win at the end. 26-20. The Bengals were driving at the end of that game with practice squad receivers on the field and Joe Flacco, and they almost pulled it off. Atlanta a couple of weeks ago, a missed extra point. Just a couple of times it felt like it's there, it's close. And now the Giants with Jackson Dart playing quarterback, by the way, they could win that game. The thing now about New England's schedule that gets a little tougher from a Bills perspective is if you've been writing in ink New England losing to the Ravens in Baltimore in a couple of weeks, because that's a game, if you want to win the division, you might really need. The Ravens right now don't look like a team you should assume is going to beat anybody, let alone a team that only has 2 losses on the season. So it's a fight. It's a tough road. It's tough to see them coming back in it. Their odds are very slim to win it. But it's still there. It's still live. And it could happen in a week. You beat Pittsburgh. Giants beating New England, I think, is very possible. And then you're a game back with a game still to play against them. And there's a race left to be run at the end of this. What I think, though, is probably, I just went through the 2 possible outcomes of what you're chasing down the stretch. It is possible that there's nothing to fight for. This happened in 2019. If you go back before the Bills started rattling off AFC East division wins, the Bills in the 2019 season were locked into a road playoff game with weeks to go. And they were, I think, locked into the 5 seed with either 1 or 2 weeks to go. There was pretty much a general knowledge that we know where they're going to be. They're not tracking down Brady's Patriots to win the division. They would have needed to win in New England to do that. So they are kind of locked in. And this year, that could be the same. If the Bills beat the Steelers and they beat, the Bengals or the Browns, they win the games that they should, then they're not going to be in trouble to miss the playoffs. For them to miss the playoffs, they're going to need to lose 4 more games. And I'm not loving the way they're playing right now. I don't think they're going to lose 4 more games. I don't think they have that in them. So if they do their job against the teams they're supposed to do their job against, and maybe they squeak a win against either New England or Philadelphia, then they are going to be pretty safe for the postseason. And if New England keeps winning and doesn't let them back into the race, then what we'll be doing down the stretch is only seeding talk. Who they're going to play, who's alive, How hard do you want to push certain guys? Do you want to, Spencer Brown could be a conversation for this. He's got a shoulder injury. Don't know when he's going to come back. Could be a couple weeks. Do you want to push Spencer Brown back into the lineup with an injury if the only thing I'm really playing for is being the 5 instead of the 6, or being the 6 instead of the 7? Again, we'll have to get to a place where the playoffs are totally comfortable. And you're close to that, but you're not there yet. You could get a final stretch that starts to play out in that way, where there's a little bit to play for, but there's really not this monster prize at the end of the regular season that is either the 1 seed or the division or just staying alive. 803-0550 is the phone number, Bills and Steelers. So yesterday, 4th down decision-making was very interesting in all 3 of these games. But I was getting into a little bit of a spat with a few people about the Lions and Dan Campbell, because he could be polarizing, and he is the face of going for it on 4th down. Dan Campbell, you can't blame Dan Campbell this morning. Not for going for it. I think you could blame him for taking over play calling duties. First-time play caller, and he decided he wanted to give that a shot. No Ben Johnson. He took it away from his offensive coordinator a couple of weeks ago, and I don't know. It doesn't look like he's got the chops for it. But nonetheless, they're in that game, and they're fighting for it. They're going for touchdowns. They're not going for field goals. And he got burned a couple of times. But just keep in mind, all the people out there that I heard or saw on Twitter that are saying, well, this is why you got to take the points, this was really TV. The play-by-play guys, the color commentators, they still are bewildered by why coaches are going for it on 4th downs. Almost all of them. Romo yesterday, within 10 seconds, said, I think the Chiefs had gone for it and scored a touchdown to stay in the game. And they were down 10, right? They were down 10, 4th and goal, like the 3. And Romo, right before they went for it, said, I don't know, Jim, I would go for the field goal. Make it a 1-score game. That's what I would do. And then Mahomes and the Chiefs score a touchdown on the play. And there's Romo screaming into the microphone. That's why Andy Reid's the smartest coach in the NFL. Just playing the result. Totally playing the result, which is the worst way to evaluate whether you should have gone for it on a 4th down, is evaluating on one result, not hundreds or thousands of results over the years that prove that, no, it's 4th and 3 at the goal line. That's a situation where you should go for it. So yesterday, Campbell's going for it, but keep in mind, so are the Packers. It only gets pointed out when it doesn't work. It only ever gets publicity when it doesn't work. And here's a little publicity to when it did work. The Packers went for 2 4th downs yesterday in situations where they could have easily kicked a field goal, and they scored touchdowns on both of those plays. They won by 7. If they had just, quote-unquote, took the points, they would have lost the game by 1. Why does take the points only ever mean 3 points? Why can't I take 7? I'm going to go take 7 points. The Packers did that yesterday, and they converted on both of them. And then they went for another 4th down, end of the game, where every coach in the NFL for 70 years would have punted the ball back to the other team, and they would have said, well, I trusted my defense. Even though if you really trusted your defense, you would trust them in defending a short field if you don't get the 4th down. That's real trust in your defense. Now, well, I trust my defense to defend 90 yards, not 50 yards. But the Packers, again, like, they're sharp, and they're aggressive, and they go for it, and they end the game. So, just pointing that, like, it's often only pointed out when it doesn't work. Green Bay yesterday won that football game because they went for 3 4th downs. And if they hadn't gone for all three and succeeded on them, they would have lost the football game. 803-0550 is the phone number. Paul, when we come back, we'll mix in a little bit of Sabres hockey here. They are in Buffalo today, KeyBank Center. They got a lot of road games coming up. This is one of their home games against the Devils, and they're back in last place. So what went wrong against Pittsburgh, a little bit on today's game, and then we'll get to Sal on the Bills injury report and looking ahead to Pittsburgh. That's when we return. It's Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. It is a football Friday here on WGR. We'll be back in a snap, brought to you by Snapdragon Apple, the official apple of the Buffalo Bills. The postseason pick, there's your top 6 teams in the AFC. The postseason picture is wild right now. If I had showed any football fan in the world the standings the day before the season began and showed you, I know there's 7 that make the playoffs, but let me tell you who the top 6 teams in the AFC are on November 28th, not September 10th, the day after week 1, let me show you what it looks like here this late in the year, week 13. The Patriots are number 1, Denver number 2, Indy number 3, Daniel Jones and the Colts. Yes, Daniel Jones and the Colts, who, by the way, is a broken leg and playing through it somehow. I don't know what's going on there. Pittsburgh's number 4, Chargers number 5, Jaguars number 6. There's your top 6 teams in the AFC on November 28th. No Bills, no Chiefs, no Ravens. Unbelievable that these 3 teams have all stumbled to different degrees. The Bills are by far in the best shape right now, or maybe you wouldn't say that. Maybe you would say that it's still Baltimore because they are a half game out of their division and they have a much better chance of hosting a playoff game. But at the same time, the Ravens also have a better chance of missing the playoffs than the Bills do. They are a game back of the Bills. In fact, they are actually, They are a game and a half back and don't have the tiebreaker. So it's almost like they're 2.5 games back of the Bills. And that's the same as true of the Chiefs. 6-6. No tiebreaker against the Bills. It's really kind of like 2.5 games back. So as much of the Bills haven't looked great, and they've had a couple of bad losses, and some of it is even the schedule that they've played that is helping them. They are in better shape to make it this morning than Baltimore and Kansas City. There is a world where those 2 teams miss the playoffs entirely. Oh, you got to win a game like this. How infuriating it'll be if they lose to the Steelers, because this game decides what's the rest of the season about. If they win this game against Pittsburgh, then they go to 8-4. And even though it's still unlikely, you're staying alive in the division. You're staying alive for the thing that happened to Miami 2 years ago. And while I don't think that's as likely to happen to New England, you are staying in the race. You're getting to Monday night. You're getting to Monday night against the Giants, Patriots-Giants, and we can sit down in front of that game and legitimately root for the Giants and feel like that it is meaningful. Because by the weekend's end, if you have arrived at New England has 3 losses and you have 4, and you still have a head-to-head game against each other, like, now we're into something. Now we're talking. It could flip very quickly. It really could. But if you lose this game to the Steelers, somehow, some way, on top of all the negative vibes that are going to come with, you lost to the Steelers? Really? And it probably would be in a dumb fashion, whether it's a block punt or some missed field goal, like Pittsburgh getting lucky in the way that they often do when they win. On top of all of that, you would have 5 losses. And now I'm going into Monday night thinking, all right, well, if the Giants win, I'm still 2 back, and like, it's not the same. It's not the same at all. It will feel like if they lose on Sunday, Now it is a playoff conversation. Getting in the postseason. Houston nipping at your heels at 6-5. The Bills, if you lose, I mean, you could be out of the playoff mix by this weekend. Texans are playing Daniel Jones with a broken leg. 7-5 is, all right, I just got to stay above the Chiefs, stay above the Ravens, stay above the Texans. I got to tread water because now I got to fight just to make it.
Bills Steelers coming up this Sunday with kickoff at 4:25 at Acrisure Stadium in Pittsburgh. Injury update from yesterday's practice for the Bills. Maxwell Hairston with a concussion, upgraded to a full participant from a limited participant earlier this week, and Dalton Kincaid was a limited participant with his hamstring injury as well. Terrell Bernard with an elbow injury, Spencer Brown with a shoulder injury, Deion Dawkins with a concussion, Joshua Palmer with an ankle injury, and Curtis Samuel with an elbow and knee injury did not participate in practice. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres back in last place in the Eastern Conference as they fall to the Penguins 4-2 in Pittsburgh Wednesday night. They're now 9-10-4 on the season. They're back in action today with a 4 o'clock face-off against the Devils at KeyBank Center. You'll be able to catch all the game action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Yesterday, around the NFL, the Packers best the Lions 31-24. Cowboys beat the Chiefs 31-28. Chiefs now are 500 on the season. And last night, in Joe Burrow's return, the Bengals topped the Ravens 32-14. Joe Burrow completed 24 of 46 passes for 261 yards and 2 touchdowns. In other news, Daniel Jones will attempt to play through a fractured fibula against the Texans. And later today, the Bears take on the Eagles with kickoff set for 3 o'clock. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's Paul Hamilton. He has the facts to back up his opinions. On WGR Sports Radio 550.
So Football Friday here on WGR. Brought to you by Salino Law. Car crash, call Salino. Call the 8s. And by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's Hometown Fuel. Game day ready since 1922. We will, though, mix in some hockey here as the Sabres are playing today, 4 o'clock, right here on WGR. No show up in the Bulldog today because we will have Sabres hockey against New Jersey at KeyBank Center. And they are fresh off a loss in Pittsburgh. So Paul Hamilton joining the show now. Good morning, Paul. We had a happy Thanksgiving.
Yes, how about you?
Not bad. The Chiefs losing helps, but I'm still full from yesterday. A lot of food.
Well, it's one of those deals, too, not in our league, but another one. You know, I have Mahomes, so I got 37 points out of Mahomes, and then he lost.
Perfect.
You know,
Perfect.
How much better could it be?
That could right, yeah. The best touchdown, maybe your favorite touchdown he's ever scored, down 10 at the end of a game, because they're still probably going to lose, and you get the points. Yeah,
yeah. So that worked out well.
That's solid. So, Paul, going back to Wednesday night before we get to today, the Sabres are back in last in the East, 9-10-4. The specifics of the game I want to get to with you, but more than that, they are just incapable of winning on the road this year, Paul, 1-6-2. And I wonder if you see something that just looks different on the road. Like, what is the explanation for their being really good at home this year and they just cannot figure it away from KeyBank Center?
Yeah, that's a game that you got to come home with points. It's as simple as that. I mean, they at worst were even in that game, and once they got going, they were the better team. You know, at first, Pittsburgh was the better team. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen had to hold them in and did. And then all of a sudden, probably about, 10 minutes into the second period, maybe about a little bit more than that, all of a sudden, they took over and simply got goalied again. I mean, Jari, who hadn't played in 7 games because he was injured, was fantastic. Talk about a goalie holding his team in. That's exactly what he did. Because the Sabres were hitting grade A chances. It wasn't, cheap shots or anything like that. They were right on the doorstep and just couldn't get anything by him. And, it was still 1-0 at the end of 2 periods, but then you tie it up in the third period. So here you are again. At that point of the game, playing well. You've tied the game in the third period. You're playing a team you're chasing, and you walk away and give them 2 points, and you don't have any. And one of the things that really stuck with me, Lindy Rufflick, as soon as he got here for this second term of being the head coach, talked about 1%ers. And he said that's the one thing that they're going to concentrate on is those little details that are 1%ers. And he goes, if you get better at enough of those 1%ers, you're going to be a really good hockey team. And that's where they lost that game, is those little details, those 1%ers that went by the wayside, and at the end of the day, it killed them. And, here you are, you've taken 8 out of 10 points going into the game, and you've dug yourself such a hole, unfortunately, for the team. It had gotten them 1 point, they had passed one team and tied another. That's all that did for you. Taking 8 out of 10 points, which is good. Played some decent hockey there. Along in that streak, got their only road victory of the season and had to come back from 3 goals down to do it. But they did accomplish that. But they only passed one team, and they only have lost 1 game. So now they've won 4 out of 6 games instead of 4 out of 5, and they're right back in the cellar again. That's how bad the hole they've dug themselves is because they played that kind of hockey, won 4 out of 5 games, which is 8 out of 10 points. Now you've taken 8 out of 12 points. That's still very good. And now you haven't passed anybody. I mean, that's the thing, and it's just, again, it's not how many points they're behind. It's how many teams they have to leapfrog. If they're in 9th place, and in this situation, we're not even having the conversation. We're not even talking about it. They could be 6, 7 points down if they were in 9th place, and they're fine. You can make that up in a hurry over one team. But having to make it up over 8 teams, well, that's a whole different story.
Paul Hamilton with us. Paul, in the game, how much of the blame would you put on Luukkonen's shoulders for that game? Or I guess of the 3 goals that he let in, how much at fault do you think he was on them?
I think Luukkonen is a lightning bolt for a lot of people. Do not like him at all. So they have an agenda to start with. he held them into the game to start with for the first half of that game with some great saves. The first goal is deflected, and it moved a lot. And I'm reading people saying he should have had that.
Well, I guess it's
how do you have that when your defenseman deflects that puck and it moves as much as that puck did?
The complaint I saw is why he was sliding so far out to the right on a wrist shot was the thing that I had seen, which maybe there's a defense for, but
I mean he's
deflect.
He's there ready for it, and if there's the first thing Byram did is he lifted his left leg. If you're not going to block the shot, get out of the way. I mean, what are you lifting your left leg for? Block the shot, and get out of the way. I mean, but to deflect it and to make it go that far, he has no chance on that. The second goal, yes. What happened on the second goal is after he lost the stick, he's trying to pick it up and didn't get it.
Mm-hmm.
So now he's scrambling in the crease to try to get over. And as he's doing that, he opens up the 5-hole. Now, if he has a stick, the 5-hole is probably going to be covered. Most goaltenders will cover the 5-hole with his stick. So now he's vulnerable. So once again, Byram goes down to block the shot, and it goes under him. So now you don't see the puck until it comes out, but still you're on your hands and knees, and you do have the 5-hole open.
Mm-hmm.
So even though you don't see the shot to the last second, you're still not in great. He's squared up, but the 5-hole's wide open because he never was able to pick up his stick and then started scrambling once that happened. So that one, even though he saw it at the last second, he's still not in great shape because of not having the stick. And, I'll go along with that one that, if without the stick, if you got the pads together, you're going to be okay. Third one, you have no chance because Owen Power again, and that's the 1%er I'm talking about, where what are you doing? You're right there. You're right there to pick this guy up, but you don't pick him up. You just let him come right through the slot and score. And he does that a lot. There are parts of his game that I think he's really improved at, but that is the biggest thing that just keeps happening.
Mm-hmm.
He's there, but he's not covering the guy. I mean, how many times have you seen him just standing next to the guy, but not tying him up, to take him out of play, and the guy winds up scoring because he didn't tie up the stick or he didn't knock him down or whatever. So, that's what I'm talking about with the 1%ers. The first goal, you got Timmins. It's a very simple, and as Lindy Ruff, he just said in frustration, I don't know what he's doing there.
Yeah. Do you think Lindy is, I don't know, like what Lindy's opinion might be of Power at this point? He has not recorded a point in 6 games, Paul. I know he's defenseman. He's not like necessarily, that's not job number 1 for him, but he is supposed to put up a little bit. And to have no points, and more than that, he played more than 20 minutes almost every game of the year until this 6-game stretch where he's played over 20 minutes only once. And that might be the more telling thing, is that Lindy's playing him, it's not crazy, but it's like 3-4 minutes fewer a game in this last couple of weeks.
I thought until these last couple of weeks that came along, I thought he was playing better hockey. I thought he was fine. And it just seems like, it hasn't gone as well.
Mm-hmm.
And it was actually a question I asked about Bryson after he scored that sleek goal where he, put a good move on. And then Bryson scores again and actually should have, I think, gotten the goal. And they got screwed on a replay again where, it was, I don't think it was goaltender interference. So my question was, would you like to see Bryson get into the play a little bit more? And join the rush a little bit more. And he said, I'd like to see all of them. He goes, that's part of our offense is the fourth guy joining. So he said, no, I wouldn't just pick him. He goes, I want them all to be in the rush like that. And so that would include Power too, that, he's just not seeing it enough, and Power has proven when he does become that fourth man, he becomes pretty dangerous. I've seen him be able to score and help when he becomes that fourth man and gets up into the rush, and he just needs to do it more.
Paul, today's game, 4 o'clock against the Devils. Gotta guess. I feel like I'm asking you this every time they play, but what's your best educated guess on goalie tonight? Lion?
He might stick with Luukkonen. My best educated guess was I thought Ellis was going to play,
right.
and he didn't. He didn't even dress, and other people thought it was Lyon. Not one person thought it was Luukkonen.
Right.
and he wound up in the net. I mean, Luukkonen's numbers over 5 games were excellent. They were like 2.41. He had a save percentage of .911 over his last 5 appearances. But those didn't go up because there was an empty net goal, which there always is. So, I mean, that only went up slightly because of the last game. And if you think about it, I mean, Pittsburgh starting in the second period was all over the Sabres. And for about 13 minutes, Luukkonen made a lot of very good saves to keep them in. That's another thing too. You've just like you did with McDavid, really Sidney Crosby and Evgeny Malkin weren't a factor against the Sabres. So if I would have said to you, well, they're basically going to do to Crosby and Malkin what they did to McDavid, you probably would have thought, well, they got a pretty good chance of winning a hockey game. They probably should win that hockey game. And so you hold those two guys down, and they're Sabre killers when you look at it. When you look at their career numbers against the Sabres, and you held them down, and you still aren't able to win a hockey game.
I don't think they were matched up every time, Paul, but I saw that the McLeod, Zucker, Quinn line maybe got matched up against Crosby a bunch, and when that line was on the ice, I'm pulling it up right now because I saw it, that they outshot the Penguins, where is it? Or shot attempts were 20-11 when they were out there, and they kept playing against the Crosby line.
And you wouldn't even have to look at that. I mean, you could have, even the eye test will tell you that. And very often, the eye test will line up with the analytics. The McLeod line was all over the Sabres. Before they even scored, they had a bunch of great opportunities. They had 2 grade A chances before the first goal went in, which wound up being Zucker. It was originally credited to Quinn, but it hit Zucker in front. And but they never gave up. They just kept going, even though Jari had made a couple of really good saves right before that. So the McLeod line was very, very good for this hockey team.
Very quickly, do we know is Josh Norris playing today, or if not, maybe this weekend?
Well, all Lindy Ruff would say is he wouldn't rule it out. I really thought he was going to play last game until Lindy Ruff said no. It's because he was in a line. He was with a line, and he was actually centering a line. Benson and Ostlund in practice, and he was working in on the number 1 power play with Benson. They were going back and forth. So I really thought, but then we asked Lindy Ruff, and then we asked Norris first because we go to the players first, and he said there's a chance. He said that's up, of course, to the coaching staff and the medical staff. But then Lindy Ruff afterwards said no, not this one, but haven't ruled him out for the weekend. So. Unless there's been a setback, it wouldn't surprise me at all if he played in this game.
Paul Hamilton, Sabres and Devils today, 4 o'clock. And thanks, Paul. We'll talk soon.
Sounds good. Take care.
3 o'clock for pregame here on WGR. Can hear more from Paul, Brian Koziel, and Sabres. 4 o'clock. Get out of last place. Let's see how many days they can spend out of last place until the new year. 1 point behind Toronto. Keep Toronto down there. All right, back to football. We'll get Sal in coming up at 8 o'clock. Bills and Steelers coming up this Sunday. And there are a lot of injuries to go through, especially on the offensive line, which we have not really had to deal with here while covering the Bills in years. But Dawkins and Brown are both worth monitoring. Sean McDermott will join Sal a little bit later, so we'll get more details then. But he's coming up at 8, so stay tuned. This is WGR. You got to win a game like this. How infuriating it'll be if they lose to the Steelers, because this game decides what's the rest of the season about. If they win this game against Pittsburgh, then they go to 8-4, and even though it's still unlikely, you're staying alive in the division. You're staying alive for the thing that happened to Miami 2 years ago. And while I don't think that's as likely to happen to New England, you are staying in the race. You're getting to Monday night. You're getting to Monday night against the Giants, Patriots-Giants, and we can sit down in front of that game and legitimately root for the Giants and feel like that it is meaningful. Because by the weekend's end, if you have arrived at New England has 3 losses and you have 4, and you still have a head-to-head game against each other, like, now we're into something. Now we're talking. It could flip very quickly. It really could. But if you lose this game to the Steelers, somehow, some way, on top of all the negative vibes that are going to come with, you lost to the Steelers? Really? And it probably would be in a dumb fashion, whether it's a block punt or some missed field goal, like Pittsburgh getting lucky in the way that they often do when they win. On top of all of that, you would have 5 losses. And now I'm going into Monday night thinking, all right, well, if the Giants win, I'm still 2 back. And like, it's not the same. It's not the same at all. It will feel like if they lose on Sunday, now it is a playoff conversation. Getting in the postseason. Houston nipping at your heels at 6-5. The Bills, if you lose, I mean, you could be out of the playoff mix by this weekend. Texans are playing Daniel Jones with a broken leg. 7-5 is, all right, I just got to stay above the Chiefs, stay above the Ravens, stay above the Texans. I got to tread water because now I got to fight just to make it. It's time for Improving the Game Plan. Improving the Game Plan brought to you by Bath Fitter. Improve your bath in one day with Bath Fitter. It just fits. Bills and Steelers. I think this one is a little more obvious than it has been in past weeks. I think given the game we just saw from the Bills, Allen getting hit 12 times, the head coach repeating that over and over. Maybe no Deion Dawkins, maybe no Spencer Brown in this game, which could lead to what? Ryan Vandemark and Tylon Grable. We'll talk about that with Sal coming up next. I think you probably got to keep guys in to block. The Bills, via Joe Marino, who had the numbers on this earlier in the week, lead the league or have led the league in 5-man protection units where you're just blocking with your 5 linemen and that's it. I think this could be a game with a couple of nice pass rushers in Pittsburgh where, all right, Ty Johnson, you are going to block on almost every snap you're out there. Or Jackson Hawes, you're not just going to be blocking on run plays, you're going to be out there on passing plays. Maybe you put Reggie Gilliam next to Josh as a personal protector. Something for added pass protection in this game. All right, when we come back, Sal Capaccio, we'll get to the injury report. We'll get to this matchup, some history with the Steelers as well. That's all when we return here on a Football Friday. We are with Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy is off today. Football Friday brought to you by Salino Law. Car crash, call Salino. Call the 8s and by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's Hometown Fuel. Game day ready since 1922. Bills and Steelers. So Pittsburgh as an opponent. The Rodgers story is the biggest one, how healthy he is. But when he's been healthy, this is the 22nd ranked pass attack in the NFL by total. They are 18th in net yards per attempt, which includes sacks. They are in rushing 27th overall and 23rd in yards per attempt. Just not a good offense. Defensively, where do they rank? They're the 14th ranked pass defense by yards per attempt. By total, they've allowed 2,800 yards. It's the most in the NFL. So dead last in pass defense for how much they've allowed. And rush defense, 15th for totals, 16th per attempt. They're not great at anything. They're not elite at anything. And with Rodgers playing through a broken wrist, like this is a team the Bills should beat, even in their current form where they might not have tackles in this game, and that's a big loss because Spencer Brown and Deion Dawkins are probably they're definitely 2 of the top 4 players on the offense with James Cook and Josh Allen. So not having them is bad. But even without them, I just think you got to beat this team. What inspires Steeler fans right now about their team? Nothing.
Bills Steelers coming up this Sunday with kickoff at 4:25 at Acrisure Stadium in Pittsburgh. An injury update from yesterday's practice. Maxwell Hairston dealing with a concussion, upgraded to a full participant from limited participant. Dalton Kincaid was limited participant with his hamstring injury. Terrell Bernard with an elbow injury. Spencer Brown with a shoulder injury. Deion Dawkins with a concussion. Joshua Palmer with an ankle injury. And Curtis Samuel dealing with an elbow and knee injury did not participate in practice yesterday. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres back in last place in the Eastern Conference as they fall to the Penguins 4-2 in Pittsburgh Wednesday night. They're now 9-10-4 on the season. They're back in action today with a 4 o'clock faceoff against the Devils at KeyBank Center. You'll be able to catch all of the game action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Yesterday around the NFL, the Packers best the Lions 31-24. Cowboys beat the Chiefs 31-28. Chiefs are now 500 on the season. And last night in Joe Burrow's return, the Bengals topped the Ravens 32-14. Joe Burrow completed 24 of 46 passes for 261 yards and 2 touchdowns. In other news, Steelers quarterback Aaron Rodgers with a wrist injury practiced fully yesterday, along with DK Metcalf dealing with an ankle injury. Daniel Jones will attempt to play through a fractured fibula against the Texans. And later today, the Bears take on the Eagles with kickoff set for 3 o'clock. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
All right, good morning. It's a Football Friday here on WGR. Sal Capaccio in a couple of moments here. Football Friday on WGR is presented by Salino Law. Car crash, call Salino. Call the 8s, and by Crosby's Pizza and Subs, Crosby's Hometown Fuel. Game day ready since 1922. Before we get to Sal, I was looking up the Super Bowl odds during the break, and the Super Bowl odds very often have been, we're good. We know Kansas City's record's not great. We know Baltimore's down in the dumps. We know the Lions are losing games, but those are still the teams that you are going to find at the top. That has changed. I think finally, at least FanDuel I'm looking at, DraftKings might be the same, are looking at it and going, all right, we got to move these teams down. So suddenly, you go top 6, 7 actually even, in the Super Bowl odds. The standings, we know this is true. In the odds, you don't find the Bills, you don't find the Chiefs, you don't find the Ravens, you don't find the Lions. They're all right after that, but your Rams, your Eagles, your Colts, your Seahawks, Packers, Patriots, Broncos. Those are the teams that are winning games, and finally the odds are representing that. Because again, the Chiefs went into the weekend with 5 losses, and they were still one of the favorites, and they really took a hit yesterday. 803-0550, the phone number. Sal Capaccio now on the Westher Hotline. Bills and Steelers on Sunday. Morning, Sal. Hope you had a great Thanksgiving.
I did. Had a great Thanksgiving. Hope you did as well. I'm just a regular, I'm basically a meat and potatoes guy anyway, and I'm thinking everybody's always like, what side dish?
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, honestly.
Turkey and mashed potatoes and you're good.
Stuffing, and I'm good.
Yeah. How many side dishes would you say are available at the, are you going for everything? Do you feel like you got to try everything?
No, I don't. Sometimes we had corn. We had, there's a whole bunch of stuff you have, right? I mean,
cranberry sauce.
We're going through it. Yeah, I mean, you have everything, but but I'm just like, I don't need all that. I literally, because then I'll overeat, and I want to do that, and I want to save some room for later a little bit.
Yes.
So, and then, yesterday was a little different because typically the first game is like, well, the Lions kind of stink. Now, I know they haven't for a couple of years, or maybe they're playing to stink. That was a really good game, and then it was a really good game, right? I mean, good matchup, and then good game. And then you're like the 4 o'clock game, a lot of times, you sit back, a couple NFC teams. No, it's Chiefs-Cowboys. Mm-hmm. So instead of having this food coma where you fall asleep for a couple hours, you're like, okay, let's go, baby. And, of course, I thought yesterday overall was just a great day for football, too.
Definitely. And the three teams that lose yesterday, Sal,
Man.
the Lions, the Chiefs, and the Ravens all finding themselves out of the playoff picture this late in the year is one thing. But I think the Chiefs are the biggest story because the Ravens, they lose. They don't look right at all. But they could be back in a spot by Sunday if the Bills beat the Steelers. Like, their bar to get in is you just got to be better than Pittsburgh. The Lions, with the loss, they're still like a half game, a game out. Like, they still have a great look at it. Sal, I feel like the Chiefs really might have to run the table, given that they have no tiebreakers. And they have 6 losses already. I don't know if they can make it if they get to 7.
Agreed with you. The way I was looking at it this morning, I tweeted out the standings this morning. People can see it in the AFC. If you look at it, so obviously Pittsburgh, Baltimore, one of them is going to win the division.
Mm-hmm.
If you pencil in New England where they are, Denver where they are, you're probably Indy, I guess. I guess Houston could catch it. But here's the deal. I think you have 5 teams fighting for 3 spots. Those teams are the Chargers, the Jaguars, the Bills, the Texans, and the Chiefs. The Bills beat the Chiefs. The Jags beat the Chiefs. The Chiefs play the Texans still. The Texans beat the Bills.
The Chargers beat the Chiefs, too. Yeah.
Chargers, there you go. Chargers beat the Chiefs, and they do play again. You're right. So the Chiefs have all these. You're right, not in these tiebreakers. You can't, they don't have them. The thing that, you could get to, though, sometimes is if you have a situation where not every team's played each other, because the Bills haven't played the Jags and they won't. They haven't played the Chargers and they won't. So there's all these tiebreakers there.
Yep.
Then you bypass that part of it and you go to conference record, but the Chiefs are hurting themselves there too. But so do the Bills in that regard. That's why a game like this weekend is so massive for the Bills, because it is conference record as well. That could come into play at the end of the day here between all these teams. But you're right, Joe. You think about the teams that are typically there, and I know Burrow and the Bengals. They've had their ups and downs, but when he's healthy, they've been there and playing. But right now, no Bengals, no Chiefs, no Ravens. And as frustrating as this season has been for the Bills, and certainly you could just go, oh, my God, everything is there for them for the taking, and they didn't take advantage of it. I'm with you. I understand that. But, oh, my gosh, those other fan bases, think about those other fan bases compared to where the Bills are. At least the Bills are in a spot right now, and you're like, holy cow, just get there, because everybody else seems to be totally it's bizarro world here.
I feel like what that's going to do, almost separate from what the games have actually looked like, is if the Bills, even if they're on the road, Sal, in the playoffs, heading into that, I think fans are going to raise the level of expectation just because if Kansas City has missed, because they will know, man, the boogeyman's not here. The 2 teams that you've lost to in the postseason are not here at the dance, and now's the time to get through it, and we'll still have to decipher whether the Bills are capable of getting through an AFC that doesn't even include Kansas City or Cincinnati.
Right. I think the challenge is obviously independent of just how they're playing, right? There's a lot of issues on the field of, protection issues, stopping the run. I get all that. But just aesthetically, 30,000-foot view, it looks like the Bills would have to win 3 games on the road to get, to the Super Bowl. Now, typically, if you're talking going to Kansas City, going to Baltimore, going to Cincy, let's be honest, these are typically teams now, though, that you look and go, okay, don't you think they could go to Denver and win? I know, I do. I know how they've played and how they've looked and things have happened, and that's a really good defense. I'm just saying, though, that's a different deal than what you think about Kansas City generally. That's a different deal than what you think about Baltimore and going there and, the way they've looked. So right now it's New England. Joe, when the Bills play the Patriots in a few weeks, the Bills could put themselves in a position where by beating them, they kind of set up a rematch in the playoffs. I was thinking about that too, because they could knock them out of the top spot, New England, and maybe New England falls down and the Bills are, the 5-4, the 6-3 or something like that. But that could happen. There's so much football to be played. I just think it's fascinating.
Yeah. Sal Capaccio with us on the Western Hotline. The AFC is super interesting. And as you mentioned, big game this week, not just for the win-loss record, but for tiebreakers, conference record. So before we get into the matchup itself, Sal, let's start with the Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm Injured for Help. Call 1-800-8-MILLION. So is offensive line the biggest story here? Just in part because we haven't really had to talk about injuries on the line in years, and here's the Bills without either of their 2 starting offensive tackles at practice yet.
Yeah, I think it's the biggest story right now, and there are a couple others that are really big that we can get into here injury-wise. But, I mean, right now, Joe, the way it's trending, the Bills will be without both of their starting tackles, their left tackle and the right tackle, Deion Dawkins and Spencer Brown, respectively, because of Spencer Brown's shoulder injury and Deion Dawkins being in concussion protocol, and he has not practiced. And if he doesn't practice today, there's almost no chance he can play on Sunday. I believe you have to get 2 practices in the week in some capacity. I think I have to go back and look at the actual clearance and protocol rules. But even if he didn't, I mean, it would be like, okay, that'd be pretty stunning. I don't think you can have that happen. But anyway, so what does that mean? Ryan Vandermark has been the swing tackle for this team this year, and he would be playing one of those spots. Tylan Grable was the swing tackle last year, but then he got hurt, and Vandermark came in and actually played really well against the Chiefs, you remember, in that game, where I think it was Deion who didn't play or Spencer Brown didn't play. And one of them, I can't remember which one, but either way, the point is, now you're looking at both of them. But the problem is, Tylan Grable hasn't even played all year. He's been in concussion protocol. He had a concussion, so he's placed on IR, and then they just kept him there. Now they opened his window. So you'd have to activate him by Saturday at 4 p.m. If you do that, someone's also got to be taken off the roster. The other part of this that's really interesting to me is they have right now 9 offensive linemen on the active roster. You have to have 8 active on game day in order to trigger a 48-man active roster. Well, if you have both your tackles down, now you're down to 7. You're not going to activate Chase Lunt on game day, I don't think. I mean, he's on the roster. You're not going to waive him. So you need to go with Tylan Grable here, I think, to be able to do that. So to me, it's like a no-brainer, unless Deion Dawkins comes back here.
Right, which would make this a lot easier. If he doesn't, so it could be Grable and Vandermark, right? And then who would be they would be off to the practice squad for backup in the game if something else were to happen?
I think so. Then you'd probably elevate somebody from the practice squad. Yep, yeah, that's right. Maybe Nick Roker or someone like that. I mean, he's a guard, I think. But I mean, I don't know. You're looking at, yeah. I mean, it's a tricky situation. We'll see what happens today. Sean McDermott's going to join me for his weekly radio interview during the Extra Point show a little bit later today. We'll get more of an update on that. And the other thing is, Joe, I don't know where each guy, like which side each guy would play.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like if you're starting Vandermark and Grable, who's left, who's right? I don't know.
Yeah. Well, it's a tough-ish pass rush, too. Like, it's not the unit that the Bills just saw. But when you look at the matchup and what adjustments the Bills could make, Sal, McDermott again mentioned the 12 hit stat on Wednesday. Like, he's said that a few times. So he's clearly not wanting to see his quarterback get hit. And if they have a couple of backup tackles, or at least one, against TJ Watt, who might not be the same, but he's still good. Alex Highsmith practiced in full, so he should be back. Urbig's having a big year. So, I don't know, is this a game where you would expect the Bills more often to keep, running backs and tight ends into block?
Yeah, first of all, you're right, Joe. It's in his craw. It's sticking there, and it should be, about how many times his quarterback got hit. How many times did I come on here with you guys going back to the offseason and through this year and saying they're playing a long game with Josh Allen, right? I mean, this has been a theme. I've told you guys just by things that they've said. It's clear, going back to the combine, going back to owners' meetings, going back to the draft, going back to free agency, OTAs, minicamp. Anytime Sean McDermott and Brandon Beane would talk, there were subtle messages about we just need to keep Josh healthy. He needs to be healthy going to the playoffs. Like, to me, it's been a conscious effort. So when that happens last week, that's a big deal to the organization. That's a big deal to Sean McDermott, no doubt, and that's why he's mentioned it. So, yeah, we were joking. I was in the media room Wednesday, and Josh Reed and I were sitting next to each other. We were talking about this very thing, and we were like, we wouldn't be surprised to go out to practice and see wide receivers doing pass pro drills. You know what I mean? Like, Joe, they're going to fortify. I think they're going to build a fort. Like, you know, when you're a kid, Max still does this, you know, and when he's a kid, it's a little more so, of course, a little bit. You know, he's like, Dad, let's build a fort, right? Like that's what this week is. Build a fort for Josh Allen. That's what they're going to do, Joe. I really believe it. You're right. The problem is, build a fort all you want. You can have 9 guys pass protecting. Who's going to catch passes then, right? Like, it's such a double-edged sword sometimes where you can have as much pass pro as you want, and that's great. And pass protection, let's do it. Well, are you sending just one guy out in the pass route then? It's so tough to thread that needle. So that's why, Joe, I think what you really have to do, honestly, you got to lean into the run game here. This is a leaky Steelers run defense at times, especially early in the year. They've been better. The Bengals ran for over 7 yards a carry on them, and then all of a sudden they shut Jonathan Taylor down to 1.2 yards a carry. So who knows? But they have been run on this year. I think that's the Bills' path this week. They have to run the ball. You want to keep Josh Allen upright? Just have him hand the ball off and be successful in the run game. Get to 3rd and 2s, or take a couple to the house if you're James Cook, and that would help a lot.
Sal Capaccio with us. Before we get too far away from the injury report, Bernard, and then also the 2 receivers, Josh Palmer and Curtis Samuel, especially Palmer, Sal. Like, did that kind of come out of nowhere? Like, that could have been something that maybe even happened this week?
Yeah, I'm going to ask Sean about that today because, McDermott did not include Josh Palmer in his injury update to us on Wednesday. And then they practice, and then he's limited, and then he's a DNP yesterday. Well, something obviously happened. So, now what are we talking about? We didn't even get to Brandon Cooks. I know we talked about him, you and I did the other day, but Brandon Cooks might just have to play by circumstance of numbers here now.
Right.
Whether or not, they planned on having him available and ready. And I just think Keon Coleman's going to play anyway. Sean, on Wednesday, I thought it was noteworthy that he reiterated that it was not disciplinary that Keon Coleman did not play last Thursday. It was simply the quick turnaround and what had happened on Sunday, and they wanted the same group. Well, for him to do that and him to say that kind of leads me to believe that he doesn't play on Sunday. Oh my gosh, then there's something going on, because it feels like he's telling us, hey, he's ready to go. That wasn't disciplinary. So what would that be then on Sunday if he didn't play, right? You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So I think you look at Keon, and I think Brandon Cooks might have to be, available to play for this team on Sunday.
Right. It would be, if we lay it out here, you would expect who? Davis, Shakir, Coleman, Cooks, and Shavers? Is that your 5? Probably?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's right. If you're thinking about no more Elijah Moore, he got let go. Mm-hmm. And then you have Curtis Samuel, who has not practiced. Maybe that's the move to get Grable back, is maybe Samuel goes on IR or something.
Right.
Right? And then you have Josh Palmer, who was a DMP yesterday, so those would be your 2 guys out. And you're right, you would elevate Gabe. That would be his last elevation, by the way, that he'd be allowed.
Right.
So after that, you'd have to figure out how to get him on the 53 if you want to use him.
You probably would think, too, that Coleman going back in with those injuries and Cooks just getting here, like, what could he really do right away? I don't know that he would play 90, 80% like he was playing, Sal, but I feel like he'd have to play. Not just get a jersey. Like, you would see significant playing time.
Oh, I agree with that. And the other one that's really big here is Dalton Kincaid. He was limited yesterday, which is a really good sign. But, he is such a big integral part of what they need to do and be able to do offensively. When he's not on the field, it is a much different passing game and protection and everything, because teams just have to respect the middle of the field more from the Bills. And the Steelers, Joe, have given up some big numbers to some tight ends this year, some games. Like, I don't say big numbers, but they've tight ends have done some decent work against the Steelers. Like, that's a big spot, I think, for the Bills this weekend.
Sal Capaccio with us. What else on the Steelers? Is there anything else that strikes you as challenging? They're very middle of the road in a lot of their numbers, whether that's them passing the ball or, certain numbers on defense. I don't know. Does it feel like a team that's they're okay at everything, but they're maybe not elite at any specific thing, or do you see something that sticks out?
They can still, they can get to the passer, as you mentioned. It's not the group from last week, but when you get Highsmith back, Joe, they have 4 guys who have more sacks than the Bills' top guy. Joey Bosa has 4 for the Bills. They have 4 guys with more than that. All right. So, they can get to Sean McDermott said they blitz well from the linebacker spot. I think they're going to come after it. They're going to come after the Bills. That's their ticket. They're going to try and force fumbles. They're going to try and force the Bills into a game that the Bills don't want to play, turning the ball over. And then what the Steelers do is they play such a risk-averse type of game. And that's why I think one of the things is this week, like, you have to, what the challenge is this week? Tackle. Like, they need to tackle this week, because the Steelers are going to throw a lot of short passes and run the ball. That's what they're going to do. So they do. They're going to throw short passes and run the ball, especially considering Aaron Rodgers has a broken wrist on his left hand. Are they going to keep him back there and wait for guys to get downfield and risk taking a shot? I can't see it. They already don't do that. The guy has the lowest average depth of target in the league of any qualifying quarterback. He throws everything as short. The average depth of target for Aaron Rodgers on just his completions alone are less than 4 yards, Joe. Like, that's really low. So they're going to throw the ball underneath. They're going to throw it to their running backs. They're going to use their tight ends. They don't use them as much as people thought they would there. They're going to run the ball. The Bills have to tackle. That's what they have to do. That's the challenge for them this week. For the Bills running, going back to them real quick, the Steelers will be without Derrick Harmon, and he's a good run defender for them. They're first-round defensive tackle out of Oregon, and they're also without their starting left tackle, Broderick Jones. So I know he's been up and down anyway. It's not like the Bills losing Dion, if the Bills do, but it is a significant loss for them. But you're right. They don't do anything great except maybe play a really close conservative game and take advantage of your mistakes. When they play that kind of game and it goes their way, that's when they win. That's how they beat the Patriots earlier this year. But if it doesn't go their way, that's how they lose to teams like the Chicago Bears last week.
Right. Sal Capaccio with us. Their record, by the way, in Pittsburgh, Sal, they won there the last time they were there. Do you know how long it's been since they won in Pittsburgh before their last game? Do you even remember the last game? The last game was the Tyler Kroft Sunday night game.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that was a Sunday night. That game got flexed into Sunday Night Football.
Yes.
And Duck Hodges played quarterback for the Steelers.
Duck Hodges.
And the Bills won the game and clinched a playoff spot that night. I remember that.
Yep.
And then I'm trying to think before that. E.J. Manuel played a game there, but I don't think he beat them there.
No.
And that was rough, actually. I remember that game. I'm trying to think. No, I'll
give it to you. You got to go.
Wait. My guess would be the playoffs, the Super Bowl run, the week after the comeback.
Yes, exactly. Good. Yeah, 93. 93 playoffs is the last time. That's the second to last time they won in Pittsburgh. They do not win there often. They also don't play there all the time. Like, they've only played in Pittsburgh twice since 96. So.
Yeah, that was the old stadium. That was Three Rivers. That's the old turf and the old stadium, Three Rivers, where the Steelers and the Pirates both played. I'll tell you, what I remember about that, Joe, is so the Bills have the comeback against the Oilers, right?
Yep.
Greatest comeback in NFL history. It's Frank Reich. And I remember the week leading up to that, like, okay, they're going to Pittsburgh now, okay. And, like, there was a sign in Pittsburgh. It literally said, no comebacks allowed, go Steelers, or something like that. Like, it just stuck out in my head, something like that.
Yeah, and then the Bills won 24-3, so I'm not sure they needed to come back.
No, they didn't. The Bills just won they just played really well.
Yeah.
There was another game in Pittsburgh during that era in the playoffs.
Okay.
The Bills went to Pittsburgh, and Bruce Smith woke up with a massive fever and temperature and didn't play, and the Bills wound up losing the game in the playoffs to the Steelers.
96, does that sound right?
I think so. That's the year that, that's the year I think that the Steelers went to the Super Bowl, right?
Yeah, 96. Bam Norris scored a couple touchdowns. Pittsburgh won 40-21. Yeah, I don't see Bruce Smith anywhere here. So that would make sense.
Yeah, I'm not saying Bruce would have necessarily mattered, but obviously that's a big deal, right? When you lose Bruce, and that's, but yeah, so I do remember a few of those games. The Bills, it was nightmarish. Go back and look at a couple of the Monday night games they played in Pittsburgh during that time. The Carnell Lake with a pick. Like, it just, oh my God, they just demolished the Bills in those settings.
Yeah. All right, we'll see if they can get another one here in Pittsburgh. A very different type of Steelers team these days, but still competitive.
Yeah, for sure.
In a lot of these games, they do have a winning record. Sal Capaccio has the Extra Point Show, and Sean McDermott today. Usual deal for Sean and timing, like, could be a little fluid.
Yeah, I'm expecting him later in the show today than earlier, though. Even later than normal, but we'll see. They do production meetings. It's always different. The TV production meetings, Joe, and then it's Black Friday. It's a different week with Thanksgiving, and this is a Nance Romo Tracy Wolfson game. So the TV production meetings, when you're in a national window, it's a little behind the scenes for everybody. When you're in a national TV game, the TV production meeting is a little bit more, obviously, as you think, a little longer and more in depth. So our timing is based on all that they do when they do all those things too.
We'll stay tuned for the Extra Point Show. Sean McDermott a little bit later on. Thank you, Sal.
You got it.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. By the way, Black Friday game today, 3:00, Bears and Eagles. So there is a game today. So get those fantasy lineups in. Chris Brown, when we come back, more on this game and the magnitude of it for the Bills. I think it's a pretty big game for the standings and deciding what they're going to be chasing down the stretch here. Chris, when we come back here on a Football Friday here on Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy is off today. This is WGR. You got to win a game like this. How infuriating it'll be if they lose to the Steelers, because this game decides what's the rest of the season about. If they win this game against Pittsburgh, then they go to 8-4. And even though it's still unlikely, you're staying alive in the division. You're staying alive for the thing that happened to Miami 2 years ago. And while I don't think that's as likely to happen to New England, you are staying in the race. You're getting to Monday night. You're getting to Monday night against the Giants, Patriots-Giants, and we can sit down in front of that game and legitimately root for the Giants and feel like that it is meaningful. Because by the weekend's end, if you have arrived at New England has 3 losses and you have 4, and you still have a head-to-head game against each other, like, now we're into something. Now we're talking. It could flip very quickly. It really could. But if you lose this game to the Steelers, somehow, some way, on top of all the negative vibes that are going to come with, you lost to the Steelers? Really? And it probably would be in a dumb fashion, whether it's a block punt or some missed field goal, like Pittsburgh getting lucky in the way that they often do when they win. On top of all of that, you would have 5 losses. And now I'm going into Monday night thinking, all right, well, if the Giants win, I'm still 2 back, and like, it's not the same. It's not the same at all. It will feel like if they lose on Sunday, now it is a playoff conversation. Getting in the postseason. Houston nipping at your heels at 6-5. The Bills, if you lose, I mean, you could be out of the playoff mix by this weekend. Texans are playing Daniel Jones with a broken leg. 7-5 is, all right, I just got to stay above the Chiefs, stay above the Ravens, stay above the Texans. I got to tread water because now I got to fight just to make it. One thing that I always find fun, though, about Thanksgiving or like big family get-togethers like that is sometimes you get an off-the-wall sports question that you're not expecting because, you know, family knows what you do, and they might want to throw something your way. Like, what do you think of this? And usually it's, you know, what's going on with Keon Coleman? Or will they finally fire McDermott? Or Bean is a question that you've gotten for a long time. Yesterday, I got a unique one, which is, in fact, actually my dad, I think, is the one who came up with it, which is, would you take the Bills missing the playoffs if it meant the Sabres would make the playoffs? Ooh. How do you feel about that as a question? The Bills would miss, but the Sabres would make it.
That's really good.
You know the Sabres aren't winning a cup.
Right.
The Bills, you might be passing on an opportunity to win the Super Bowl. You could even fold the Chiefs into this, which is, am I going to miss the playoffs in a year the Chiefs are also going to miss?
Right.
Mm-hmm. They're not in my hair, and I'm not there at the big dance?
That's a tough one.
It was a tough one. I still like had a hard time saying no to the Sabres because I just don't know that it's ever going to happen. If you could tell me it's going to happen, I might have to take it because I don't know if I'm ever going to get another chance.
I feel
the way
like
things are going.
I've mentally prepared enough for the Bills to just slide here at the end of the season, like the way it's looking. Like that's why there's even heavy consideration to go the other way on that one and have the Sabres make it. But
does the Bills missing mean that they also pick a receiver in the first round, like pick 23?
Does not automatically mean that.
We don't get that given.
It means it's more likely. Those are often where they go.
That's a good one. I have a hard time.
You're a hockey guy.
I'm a hockey guy. I have never
picking.
seen it in my real sentient adulthood. And I think the Bills will, if they miss a year, like, they're going to get back.
We think. They should get back.
They should make some big adjustments and get back.
Yeah,
like, if they miss, like, something's got to change.
Listen,
Bills-Steelers coming up this Sunday. Kickoff at 4:25 at Acrisure Stadium in Pittsburgh. An injury update from yesterday's practice. Maxwell Hairston with a concussion, upgraded to a full participant from a limited participant. Dalton Kincaid was a limited participant with his hamstring injury. Terrell Bernard with an elbow injury. Spencer Brown with a shoulder injury. Deion Dawkins with a concussion. Joshua Palmer with an ankle injury. And Curtis Samuel with an elbow and knee injury did not practice. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres back in last place in the Eastern Conference as they fall to the Penguins 4-2 in Pittsburgh Wednesday night. They're now 9-10-4 on the season. They're back in action today with a 4 o'clock faceoff against the Devils at KeyBank Center. You'll be able to catch all the action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Four-man rush. Allen throws it over the middle. It's complete to Palmer. Hook and ladder, and they're going to get the first down. Up the sideline is Shakir, and he's out of bounds at the 26-yard line. The hook and ladder, baby.
One of the coolest plays of the year will probably become a forgotten play, given how the game ended. Chris Brown on the call there. He joins us now on the Western Hotline on a Football Friday. Hopefully you had a great Thanksgiving, Chris. I'm still full. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I am still very full. I might even be a little bloated, actually. I went overboard.
Yeah.
It was not good.
The call for dessert on Thanksgiving night is always like, oh, really? We need this too? But then you feel like you gotta. So a lot of football too yesterday, Chris. Really, the Ravens and the Chiefs both losing. I guess you can even include the Lions in that. You got a lot of great quarterbacks and great teams that is as bad as things have gone at times for the Bills this year. I mean, there are teams that are in worse shape in terms of making the playoffs, and Kansas City is definitely one of them.
Yeah, some teams that we are accustomed to seeing in the postseason the last few years are in some real jeopardy right now. But I think by no means are they out of it because of how tightly compacted this AFC conference race is. And all you need to know as far as how volatile the last 5-6 weeks of this season are going to be for the AFC conference race. Basically, Baltimore went from 4-10 and Pittsburgh went from 10-4 last night just by virtue of the Ravens' loss. That is insane. And I think we're going to see more of that here down the stretch.
If the Bills win on Sunday, I think it'll flip right back, right? Because then you'd have both teams at 6-6. So
yeah.
That could happen very quickly. So on this game on Sunday, Chris Brown with us on the Western Hotline, Bills and Steelers on Sunday. I think maybe one of the biggest stories, Chris, and this is yet to be determined. Sean McDermott will be on a little bit later, and we'll get some game designations. But the Bills, fresh off a game where they couldn't really protect Josh Allen, maybe not having either of their starting offensive tackles. How big a blow do you think that'll be to maybe not have one and possibly not have either, Dawkins or Brown?
Yeah, if you don't have both, that's going to be a real tough row to hoe. Not because you don't have depth at the position, but just because the guys that have represented your depth have had so little action over the last 2 or 3 years because these guys, to a large degree, have barely missed any time. The starting five has missed 2-man games since the start of 2024, and that was Spencer Brown in both cases, the Kansas City game last year and then the game earlier this season. And then you have to go back to week 18 of the year before that when Deion Dawkins came out for a lacerated hand in the Miami game and then came back in and finished. They've been extraordinarily healthy, particularly at the tackle positions. But now it's looking like Ryan Vandermark is a given to be starting this weekend, and then we'll have to see if they need to plug another player in. And there are probably 3 candidates for that role on Sunday. You're probably looking at either the rookie Chase Lunt, who's been a healthy and active much of the year, Tylen Grable, who's still on IR as of now, but began practicing this week fully, and then Alec Anderson, I think, is another option because of his experience at right tackle. He was a 3-year starter at UCLA and played right tackle in college. It's not something that he projected to in the NFL, but at this point, you're in a little bit of a desperate measure, and I think he would be a viable candidate as well for Sunday.
Okay, good info on that. I didn't know he had that experience, so that could be where they end up. And the Steelers have some good pass rushers. And Chris McDermott, really since the end of the Texans game, has talked about the hits that Allen took and adjusting in terms of pass protection. How do you think that will look between maybe how they change how many guys do block, or it could even just be focusing more on the run game, especially early?
Yeah, I'm very curious because I think we have to believe that if both tackles are out of this game, people should remember those 2 guys are a pretty critical part of the run game too. Especially for their pin and pull schemes. I think you have to give those guys help because you don't know in what ways, play call wise, you can rely upon them just because you haven't seen enough of them. Not to mention the fact that it's not just going to be T.J. Watt. It looks like Alex Highsmith is coming back from his pectoral injury. He's been a full participant in practice, so it looks like he'll be back in the lineup. So they'll have their bookend pass rushers plus Nick Herbig, who kind of comes in as a third wave and has 6.5, 7 sacks on the season himself. So they'll have their hands full there, and yeah, I do expect them to run the ball. Conversely, I expect the Steelers to run the ball 40 times. Mike Tomlin's going to take one look at this run defense on film and in the rankings, and he's going to just try to run the football, mix in Aaron with a couple of throws here and there, and hope his defense gets takeaways, which they've done in outstanding fashion this year. They got 20 takeaways in 11 games, and they're right near the top of the league. So that's the game he wants to play. Run the ball, get some takeaways, steal possessions away from the Bills, and hope you have more points at the end.
Chris Brown with us. It could be a slow game in that way. The Steelers, too, because they're managing this injury to Aaron Rodgers with a left wrist injury, broken bones in there, and we'll see what he's able to do. Before he even picked up the injury, Chris, what was your impression of how it's gone for him in Pittsburgh so far this year? It's definitely seemed more, he is 42, game manager-esque than, of course, you've seen from him earlier in his career.
Yeah, they got off to a pretty good start and then kind of struggled to score points here through the middle portion of the season. And so I think they're hoping to rediscover some of what worked well at the beginning of the year for them. But it's very clear that Rodgers, maybe now more than ever, wants to get the ball out of his hands as fast as possible. I think he's one of the fastest to release the football after the snap in the entire league. Very often he will throw to a spot in anticipation of the receiver getting there by the time the ball arrives. So it's very clear he does not want to take hits. I think he knows his own vulnerabilities because he is no longer able to escape the way he used to from the pocket when pressure, collapses the pocket. And we should mention, the Bills aren't the only team that are going to be without a tackle. Mm-hmm. Broderick Jones has already been declared out by Mike Tomlin, their left tackle, so they'll have a backup there on the left side of their offensive line, which, is obviously Rodgers' blind side. So, you could maybe dial up some pressure packages of your own and get home to Rodgers and see if you can rattle him that way.
The defensive personnel, too. So maybe no Terrell Bernard in this game. He hasn't practiced yet this week. It would probably be a surprise if he did. So right. Shaq Thompson and maybe 3 linebackers, because the Steelers with Arthur Smith love to play more than one tight end.
Right, and their tight ends are pretty big, especially Darnell Washington. So they're going to have to keep an eye out for, the strength of the formation and how they're going to use that. But, knowing that the Bills are likely to be without their 2 offensive tackles, maybe a receiver or 2, maybe Kincaid, and knowing how the Steelers want to enter this game, I think we're looking at a rock fight here, Joe. I mean, I just think these guys are just going to try to pound on each other and see which team gives way or makes a mistake. or commits a turnover. And why wouldn't you think that way if you're Pittsburgh? Because the Bills have had multiple turnovers in all but one of their road games this season, that being the Carolina game.
Last thing for you, Chris. The receiver injuries, Palmer's got this injury, and Samuel too. Cooks is new, so it feels like Coleman probably will get back in, even just out of necessity. I wonder if his role will be any different, because if your receivers available that have experience in your system are Davis, Shavers, Coleman, and then Shakir. I mean, I got 3 big-bodied perimeter receivers, and I don't know, like, do you think one of those guys is maybe playing a role that's a little bit different?
Yeah, I'll be curious to see. I think if Kincaid is down, with the extra time that the offensive staff had on the mini bye, do they experiment with one of those bigger players in the slot and kind of have a big slot opposite Shakir on the other side? I think that could be a wrinkle that we see. I don't know who that would be, whether it's Coleman, Shavers. But, yeah, the Palmer injury is a little bit concerning. He was practicing Wednesday, and then all of a sudden a non-participant yesterday. So today is going to tell us a lot about his status for the game. I do expect Coleman, though, to be back in the lineup. As Coach pointed out earlier in the week, because it was a short week, he was down again. They just went with the same guys who all performed well in the Tampa Bay game, so you totally understand it. But I think they're going to need his physical presence in this game, not only in terms of run blocking, but in terms of posting up on some of these corners who aren't afraid to use their hands and rough you up and dare officials to throw flags.
Chris Brown with us on the Western Hotline. Thank you, Chris. Happy Thanksgiving, and we'll talk on Monday.
Yeah, to you as well. Enjoy the game.
Chris Brown with us. He'll have the call on Sunday for Bills and Steelers, a building the Bills have won once in ever. Acrisure Stadium. I'm kind of actually not happy that I know the name that quickly now. It's Heinz Field. Acrisure Stadium. Just a disastrous name change. But I guess I've picked up on it after a few years. Yeah, the last two Steeler quarterbacks to lose to the Bills in the regular season are Duck Hodges and Terry Bradshaw. No Roethlisberger. They never beat Roethlisberger in Pittsburgh. In fact, did Roethlisberger ever... He beat the Bills here in the opener. Man, did the Bills ever beat Roethlisberger? I don't think they did. 2005? Well, we all remember that one. He didn't play. That was Tommy Maddox and the Steelers' backups. 2007 was Pittsburgh. 2010, 2013, 2016... Yeah, I don't think Roethlisberger ever lost to the Bills in his entire career. That's a potential trivia game. Quarterbacks that went undefeated against the Bills in their career. I wonder who'd be the next best name on that list. Anyways, Bills and Steelers on Sunday. 803-0550. Plenty of time for your phone calls now on your expectation for this game. And also whether the Chiefs being down and now staring at a possibility of missing the playoffs after losing yesterday changes your expectation for the Bills. I know it's not directly what they're doing on the field, but the two teams that they've lost to in the postseason during Sean McDermott and Josh Allen's heyday here are probably both going to miss. Cincy for sure, and maybe Kansas City. Let me know if you got a thought on that. 803-0550 is the phone number. It's Jeremy and Joe here on a Football Friday here on WGR. Bills and Steelers. So Pittsburgh as an opponent. The Rodgers story is the biggest one, how healthy he is. But when he's been healthy, this is the 22nd ranked pass attack in the NFL by total. They are 18th in net yards per attempt, which includes sacks. They are in rushing 27th overall and 23rd in yards per attempt. This is not a good offense. Defensively, where do they rank? They're the 14th ranked pass defense by yards per attempt. By total, they've allowed 2,800 yards. It's the most in the NFL. So dead last in pass defense for how much they've allowed. And rush defense, 15th for totals, 16th per attempt. They're not great at anything. They're not elite at anything. And with Rodgers playing through a broken wrist. Like, this is a team the Bills should beat, even in their current form, where they might not have tackles in this game, and that's a big loss because Spencer Brown and Deion Dawkins are probably they're definitely two of the top 4 players on the offense with James Cook and Josh Allen. So not having them is bad. But even without them, I just think you got to beat this team. What inspires Steeler fans right now about their team? Nothing. Oh, you got to win a game like this. How infuriating it'll be if they lose to the Steelers, because this game decides what's the rest of the season about. If they win this game against Pittsburgh, then they go to 8-4. And even though it's still unlikely, you're staying alive in the division. You're staying alive for the thing that happened to Miami 2 years ago. And while I don't think that's as likely to happen to New England, you are staying in the race. You're getting to Monday night. You're getting to Monday night against the Giants, Patriots-Giants, and we can sit down in front of that game and legitimately root for the Giants and feel like that it is meaningful. Because by the weekend's end, if you have arrived at New England has 3 losses and you have 4, and you still have a head-to-head game against each other, like, now we're into something. Now we're talking. It could flip very quickly. It really could. But if you lose this game to the Steelers, somehow, some way, on top of all the negative vibes that are going to come with, you lost to the Steelers? Really? And it probably would be in a dumb fashion, whether it's a block punt or some missed field goal, like Pittsburgh getting lucky in the way that they often do when they win. On top of all of that, you would have 5 losses. And now I'm going into Monday night thinking, all right, well, if the Giants win, I'm still 2 back, and like, it's not the same. It's not the same at all. It will feel like if they lose on Sunday, now it is a playoff conversation. Getting in the postseason. Houston nipping at your heels at 6-5. The Bills, if you lose, I mean, you could be out of the playoff mix by this weekend. Texans are playing Daniel Jones with a broken leg. 7-5 is, all right, I just got to stay above the Chiefs, stay above the Ravens, stay above the Texans. I got to tread water because now I got to fight just to make it. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy's off today. Happy Football Friday here on WGR. Want to do a very quick as a goalie. Owen, what do you think of UPL from Wednesday? Especially, I don't think anybody would defend him on the second goal. No. I don't think anybody would be too hard on him for the third goal because Owen Power just decided not to cover a guy. The first goal is the one that I think is up for more interpretation.
The first goal, I think, Paul was on with us earlier, and the puck was tipped on its way in, and that is absolutely true. It does make the save a lot more difficult. But there is a lot to be said for the process that UPL was not making a save there in the manner that you should be making a save in that situation. Goaltending, we one of the skills that we focus on a lot is something called save selection. Okay, so we think about how do we want to make this save? What kind of position does it put us into to make the next save or whatever? Just how can we most efficiently do our job here, right? On that play where Luukkonen gets beat on that first goal, you go back and look at it. It's a wrist shot from the top of the circle, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is... It's hard to explain how much that is the baseline save selection for just drop into the puck and make a hand save. He's on the outside. He's not in a dangerous area. We don't need to shift into another space that we think he's going to shoot at because, hey, something might happen on the way, like it hitting our defenseman's skate, which is why you make the save selection that UPL did not make. What he did was instead of calmly dropping on the same angle that he was at, projecting his blocker down and just making the easy save, which is what could have happened if the puck didn't get tipped, he shifts his whole body. He slides across to the far side of the ice, completely vacating the short side, which is where the puck eventually beats him, so that he can make a save on a wrist shot from the top of the circle.
Without traffic.
Yeah. Any goalie out there listening knows that is a nightmare. What that is a goaltender that can't trust his hands. He can't trust his tracking. He's sliding into a wrist shot from almost the blue line.
Yeah, it was far out. It was outside the faceoff circle at least.
So the fact that the puck beats him is one thing. If he had made the save selection I'm describing and just dropping straight down, projecting his hands out, and he gets beat because it goes posting in off the deflection, all right, fine, I'm good. I'm not gonna get into you for that. But to look and to have the process that he had, to me, is emblematic of where his game is at, which is, I do not think that Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen plays a style of goaltender that is conducive to ever having consistent success in the NHL. He does not play in a way that you can consistently succeed in. It just doesn't happen. He slides around the net like crazy. He over-pursues pucks, which we saw in that second goal, and he can't trust himself.
Yeah.
You cannot live with that in your crease. It's why you see the chaos that ensues on that second goal off the scramble.
Yeah.
The team's freaking out because he's freaking out.
Yeah, the team was panicking, I thought, on that goal. I think they got into panic mode because the goalie kind of caused it. They see Luukkonen on the ground without a stick, outside the net, by the way.
Exactly.
And what are you going to do? Now I'm going to start diving around trying to block shots and not playing the puck because I don't know that my goalie's in the net.
I struggle to see how anybody that watches the goaltending position through eyes like mine, looking at it as a goaltender, can see him and think, oh, he can be really good consistently. He can get hot. And I think that's what happened when he earned the contract that he earned. He got hot. But he's never going to be a 60-game stud. I will just say it now. I don't think it can happen. He just doesn't play the way he should. And that is that first goal.
We'll see if he plays today. I think Lyon's got to be the guy today.
I think if it's anyone other than Lyon, I think there's something like...
What's he doing on the roster?
What are you doing?
Yeah.
Because since you've gotten to this, I've called it the win and in phase of this 3-goalie rotation, Ellis started earning starts because he won.
Yeah.
He lost. He was out. UPL was in. He played until he lost, and now it's Lions' turn. He hasn't played in 3 weeks. Like, get him in the net. It's got to be. And he's the guy that won you all your games at the start of the year. You can't, you've got to get him back in there. He's rested. There's no excuse.
Yep. 3 o'clock pregame today, 4 o'clock puck drop against the Devils. Very quick correction before we go to break. Thank you to Joey, one of our listeners. I had completely omitted and forgotten about a Bills win over Pittsburgh during the COVID year on Sunday Night Football. They beat Roethlisberger once, 26-15, the very end of Roethlisberger. Because I guess he was still on the team when they beat Duck Hodges. Hodges was just the backup, and Roethlisberger must have been hurt. So Roethlisberger does not have the most wins against the Bills without a loss. 803-0550 is the phone number. If you got a thought, you can get it in. We got an open hour for you coming up here on Jeremy and Joe. This is WGR. The postseason picture is wild right now. If I had showed any football fan in the world the standings the day before the season began and showed you, I know there's 7 that make the playoffs, but let me tell you who the top 6 teams in the AFC are on November 28th, not September 10th, the day after week 1. Let me show you what it looks like here this late in the year, week 13. The Patriots are number 1, Denver number 2, Indy number 3, Daniel Jones and the Colts. Yes, Daniel Jones and the Colts, who, by the way, is a broken leg and playing through it somehow. I don't know what's going on there. Pittsburgh's number 4, Chargers number 5, Jaguars number 6. There's your top 6 teams in the AFC on November 28th. No Bills, no Chiefs, no Ravens. Unbelievable that these 3 teams have all stumbled to different degrees. The Bills are by far in the best shape right now, or maybe you wouldn't say that. Maybe you would say that it's still Baltimore because they are a half game out of their division and they have a much better chance of hosting a playoff game. But at the same time, the Ravens also have a better chance of missing the playoffs than the Bills do. They are a game back of the Bills. In fact, they are actually, They are a game and a half back and don't have the tiebreaker. So it's almost like they're 2.5 games back of the Bills. And that's the same as true of the Chiefs. 6-6. No tiebreaker against the Bills. It's really kind of like 2.5 games back. So as much of the Bills haven't looked great, and they've had a couple of bad losses, and some of it is even the schedule that they've played that is helping them. They are in better shape to make it this morning than Baltimore and Kansas City. There is a world where those 2 teams miss the playoffs entirely. I also feel like this is true of Derrick Henry, too. And he put up a decent game yesterday. He averaged 6 yards a carry. He only had 10 carries. But anyone else watching Derrick Henry and looking at a guy that just can't hit top speed anymore? Or maybe he had an injury that no one knows about that he's been nagging him and dealing with during the year. That can happen too. Because beginning of the year, week 1 against the Bills, he looked amazing. But that can happen, right? Like guys at that age, you get the wear and tear of the season, and sometimes you can't carry that on your shoulders the way that you once were able to. And at 31 years old, with all the mileage that Henry has, like if his decline was to come in the middle of a year, that's not unheard of. That could definitely be the case. And I think that might be happening. He just looks so slow to me. Still hard to tackle. He's big. Like he gets even a little bit of speed, and he's still tough to bring down. But half his yards came on one run last night. I don't know. Like I don't see the same player at the moment. Maybe I'll be eating crow on that if they play the Bills in a playoff game and he goes for 200 yards, which could also happen. But I think the Baltimore problems are their best 2 players aren't right. The running back looks shot at the moment, and the quarterback doesn't look healthy. That's how they'll miss.
Up this Sunday, kickoff at 4:25 at Acrisure Stadium. An injury update from yesterday's practice. Maxwell Hairston with a concussion, upgraded to a full participant. And Dalton Kincaid was a limited participant with a hamstring injury. Terrell Bernard with an elbow injury. Spencer Brown with a shoulder injury. Deion Dawkins with a concussion. Joshua Palmer with an ankle injury. And Curtis Samuel with an elbow and knee injury did not participate in practice. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres in last place in the Eastern Conference as they fall to the Penguins 4-2 in Pittsburgh Wednesday night. They're now 9-10-4 on the season. They're back in action today with a 4 o'clock face-off against the Devils at KeyBank Center. You'll be able to catch all of the game action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Yesterday around the NFL, the Packers best the Lions 31-24. Cowboys beat the Chiefs 31-28. The Chiefs now fall to 500 on the season. And last night, Joe Burrow's return. The Bengals topped the Ravens 32-14. Joe Burrow completed 24 of 26 passes for 261 yards and 2 touchdowns. In other news, Steelers quarterback Aaron Rodgers with a wrist injury practiced fully on Thursday, along with DK Metcalf dealing with an ankle injury. Daniel Jones will attempt to play through a fractured fibula against the Texans. And later today, the Bears take on the Eagles with kickoff set for 3 o'clock. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount+. Watch your local NFL game all season long, kicking off with the juicy Week 13 matchup between the Buffalo Bills and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's all Bills all day. Buffalo Bills Football Friday, exclusively on WGR Sports Radio 550.
Brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. By Salino Law. Car crash? Call Salino. Call the 8s. And by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's hometown fuel, game day ready since 1922.
Speaking of is it over, has the Bills Super Bowl window closed?
So 4 things are happening with Buffalo, none of them good. They become very turnover prone. Houston, with no run game, ran for over 100 yards. The O-line got worked. And oh, by the way, they have no deep threat at all. Other than that, things are great.
The Bills missed their opportunity when the Patriots stunk for those last 3 to 4 years. And now the Patriots took control of the division once again. Bye-bye, Buffalo Bills.
I do believe we can win a championship with this roster.
What is your confidence level that is indeed the case?
I love these players. I do. Love the guys in that locker room.
So yeah, we're going to make it to the playoffs. Of course we are. But that is not my goal. That is not what I want. I want a Super Bowl in my lifetime. So come on, Brandon Beane and McDermott and Pagula. Get on it.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of the Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550.
All right, Bills and Steelers on Sunday. Good morning. It's a Football Friday here on WGR. Football Friday is presented by Salino Law. Car crash? Call Salino. Call the 8s. And by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's hometown fuel, game day ready since 1922. We got open phone lines for you. If you got a thought on this game, and if you think that the Chiefs' likelihood to miss the playoffs after losing to Dallas should increase the expectation for this team now, as we evaluate the entirety of the AFC based on who's in it and who looks good. And man, it is a down year for it, with Burrow out of the mix and the Ravens out of the mix and the Chiefs out of the mix all at the moment. Even though the Bengals at present time, with winning last night, Joe Burrow's won 8 starts in a row. He's 8-0 in his last 8 games, and that is who the Bills will see next week. So getting this game against Pittsburgh, a team that doesn't do anything great, and they've got injuries. They're going to be missing their left tackle, and Rodgers is playing with one hand. Not going to call it a must-win because the season's not over if they lose, but it's a season-defining type of game for the Bills. Are they in the race for the division? Are they going to be fighting tooth and nail to make the playoffs? What is it going to be? And you look at the standings this morning. I could really talk myself into, don't worry about what they've looked like, and just stare at the standings and tell me they don't have a great chance. I'll even go to a great chance of making it to the Super Bowl. It's so tough for me to envision any of these teams doing it. The Chiefs are out of the picture at the moment. I don't think they're making the playoffs. We talked about it with Chris a little bit. Like, they could go on a run, and they actually have the third easiest schedule in the AFC, I think, remaining. But their margin for error is so slim. Like, one more loss puts them in serious trouble. And them running the table is going to be really tough. So, go down the AFC. Who can you envision in it? The Bills? Yes, you can. Because Allen. Just Allen. At the moment, Allen is the quarterback you would, I think, trust the most going into a playoff run more than any other quarterback that's currently in a playoff spot. The Jaguars are as untrustworthy as it gets. The Chargers are as untrustworthy as it gets. They're in spots. Pittsburgh's in a spot right now. No chance at all. Baltimore would be the one that I would also think, all right, they don't look good and they haven't been healthy, but they can go on a run. Lamar can get hot. But Lamar doesn't look any sort of healthy. Allen doesn't look right in some of these plays, some of these games, but not like Lamar. Allen at least is still running around and he's showing off the arm strength and he's showing off some of the big play potential that he still has. He just hasn't been consistent. Lamar just doesn't look capable. He doesn't look capable at this moment. So it's tough for me to say Baltimore. And Indy would be an answer I could get to, but I think the Daniel Jones injury is a big thing. You got a fractured fibula, and you're telling me that he's about to go play 6 more football games and then go play 4 playoff games and win almost all of them? He's going to go on a run with that leg? It's not going to get injured anymore? A fractured fibula is not going to get injured any more than it is right now? Every hit, if I'm a Colts fan, I am holding my breath for him to get back up. I kind of can't believe they're playing him. I would just play Richardson. Give him a couple of weeks. Something. Get as healed as you can. You're 8-3. I know you got only a 2-game lead on the division, but see if you can go 500 the rest of the way without him and try to get in that way. Because your quarterback goes down for the playoffs and you just don't have a prayer. So I really think the Colts are in big trouble. And then then it becomes, can you envision Denver or New England doing it? And I can't get there with Denver because of the quarterback and his regression this year. I think I can get myself there with New England. I think it really is possible. And you might not be wanting to give them credit, even if they do it. Go all the way. But their schedule being so easy the rest of the way, if they get the 1 seed, New England, their easy regular season schedule is going to convert into an easier playoff schedule than like the Bills have ever seen. Because their path to the Super Bowl could very easily be 2 games, both at home. The first against maybe the Bills, maybe the Chargers, maybe the Jags, or I guess the Chiefs if they're really unlucky. But again, I don't think they're making it. And then they'll have to win a home AFC championship game, and bam, you're in the Super Bowl, just like that. And I don't think New England is a complete roster. I think their roster is actually about the same as the Bills. I think they've got an elite quarterback and then not a lot of stars otherwise. Diggs is great. But even, you're seeing this from Diggs right now in New England. He's not playing all the snaps the way that every other team's true number 1 receivers are. They're managing him. He's off a torn ACL. He is a little bit older. And they're trying to keep him healthy for the playoffs. But he doesn't play the role that Jackson Smith and Jigba plays or that Jamar Chase plays. And on defense, like there's just no other piece on New England that I would say, yeah, that's an elite player to pair with that quarterback. But again, if I've got the quarterback and I've only got to win 2 games both at home, I could see New England doing it. I really could see New England making the Super Bowl. I could see the Bills making the Super Bowl, and I have a tough time seeing it with anybody else. That's the AFC for me right now. So that's how I get to, they don't look good. I can't believe they lost to Davis Mills, and I can't believe they lost to Miami, and I don't have a lot of faith in Joe Brady right now, and I don't think the roster is all that great. The clip coming in, the most damning evidence or comment of the year is after Brandon Beane said it's a Super Bowl caliber roster, Sean McDermott wouldn't say it. And I don't think he was wrong to not say it. But I'm not sure they'll need a Super Bowl caliber roster this year to make it. I could see New England doing it. I could see the Bills doing it. And that's how I get myself to a pretty optimistic point. Like, if I just don't have to deal with the Chiefs, and I don't have to deal with Burrow, and I don't have to deal with the Ravens and a healthy Lamar and a healthy Derrick Henry, then I think they got a shot. 803-0550, the phone number. And this Steeler game is going to decide how much we're thinking that way versus, I hope they don't miss. Sunday in Pittsburgh. Tough in Buffalo is next up. How's it going?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but first of all, they have to make the playoffs. To keep having their food right in front of them and messing up. You had the Miami game, which was a crucial game that would have gave you good standings in the AFC. Lost it. Lost the Texan game. People fail to realize that, even though like we're in the 7th seed and we're above these other teams, that if we tie with the Texans, they go right in front of us. Well, hold up, wait. If say we do make the playoffs right and we think everybody is gone, don't sleep on the Cincinnati Bengals coming back and winning the North with 8 games.
Yeah, I mean, they're 2 games back if Pittsburgh loses on Sunday.
Yeah, but if Pittsburgh loses, they're 2 games back, like you said, and then everybody has to pretty well play each other. I don't see Joe Burrow losing. I don't even think he's going to lose to us. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But I definitely, if we make the playoffs, I know that we're going to the Super Bowl. You know what I mean? But we have to make it. You know what I mean? You can't be having your food right in front of you and not finish. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, thanks, Tuff, for the call. I mean, I'm not thinking about them missing the playoffs all that much this week. That's why I think Sunday's a big game. I think if they lose Sunday, then I will be. But I'm not there yet. I think they'll beat the Steelers. I think they'll do their business against the Browns. And to say they would lose, I also think they'll beat the Jets. And if you win those 3 games, you just beat the Steelers, you beat the Browns, and you beat the Jets, they should make it. You might need tiebreakers, but if Kansas City's your competition, you got that one. I guess Houston then would be your problem because you lost head-to-head. So it's not a guarantee. It's not a guarantee that you would win just winning those 3 games, but I also would be assuming you would automatically lose against Cincy, against New England, and Philly, and you might not want to do that either. So a lot of football to be played. I'll believe they're going to miss the playoffs when I see them lose to Pittsburgh. They lose to Pittsburgh, I'll believe it could happen. Without that, not going to be thinking that way. The Bengals winning the division. So let me pull up their odds. They would be 2 games back if the Bills beat the Steelers. And 2 games back, they do have another game against Baltimore. They do not play the Steelers again. So that's out the window. They are plus 1,100 at the moment to win the division. So what, like 5%, 10% to do it? And their remaining schedule, Bills, Ravens, Dolphins, Cardinals, Browns. All right. I don't think it's going to happen. But if they won their final 5 games and they got to 9, then I guess there is a chance. And with those final 3 games, Dolphins, Cardinals, Browns, I guess it's not impossible. And I would say that even though the defense is putrid, that Burrow is Burrow, Chase is Chase, and if they made it, yes, they could get hot, and I could see them making it too. And they're 8-0 in their last 8 games with Burrow. I mean, there's some evidence to that. And their defense has been terrible in all those games, or throughout those games. So, a lot of football left, right? Like, it's hard for me to believe the Bengals are getting in and at the same time think that the Chiefs are probably not going to, because one of those 2 things is way more likely to happen, and that would be Kansas City getting in. The Bengals getting in is just, I guess, now that I'm thinking about it, is it really that different? The Bengals got to run the table to win the division. What do the Chiefs have to do to make the playoffs? They might have to run the table. It's funny that the odds would be so different on those two fronts, even though those two realities are pretty much the same. Both teams kind of got to win out. 803-0550 is the phone number. There is a Black Friday game today at 3 o'clock. We'll have our we're going to have a Friday parlay for the first time. Unless we did it in week 1. We might have done it in week 1 when they have the Brazil Friday game. I don't really remember if we did, though.
I think
Chargers Chiefs.
I think we early in the season were only doing Thursdays, and then once we started really chasing it,
now we're doing it everywhere.
Mondays and now Fridays.
We're trying to get a win before the season's out.
We need one back.
If we don't get a win before the season's out, it's gonna be hard to come back next year and do it again.
Yeah, this is a bad stretch we're on.
Yeah, we need a win somewhere along the way. 803-0550 is the phone number. So more football today, and then Bills and Steelers. Very quickly, on the other thought on the game that I haven't really touched on, Coleman's going to play. I don't see how he doesn't. Coleman is good. If Coleman did not play in this game, then you know his Bills career is over. Because if Palmer is out and Samuel is out, the guy that let's put it this way. If Coleman didn't play, who's the guy that would go in instead of him? Because your answer, Brandon Cooks is going to probably have to play. So is Davis. So is Shakir, obviously. And then Shavers. That's 4. So you need another receiver. And for sake of conversation, let's say Palmer's out and let's say Samuel's out, which I think we're tracking towards. The only other name that could play over Keon Coleman, if they were to go with 5 receivers, which I would assume they would, is Steven Gosnell off the practice squad. And I'm here to say if Steven Gosnell plays on Sunday over Keon Coleman's Bills career is absolutely over. 100%. But I don't think that'll happen. I think Coleman will play. And we talked a little bit about this with Chris Brown. Who is going to play the Palmer, Curtis Samuel, Elijah Moore role? Those 3 have primarily been the Bills' Z receiver off the line of scrimmage, sometimes in the slot, sometimes on the outside, rotating, moving around, motion, jet sweeps, the separator. Those have been the 3 guys that have been asked to be more of the separator. Whereas the other spot, which has often been Coleman, and then it became Shavers and Davis, that's your big body, blocking receiver, playing all the snaps, contested catches. Well, that guy, you're good there. Davis is going to play. Shavers is going to play. Who is going to play the spot that is almost exclusively been between Moore, who's not on the team anymore, and Samuel and Palmer, who are not healthy? And I tend to think that's the right opportunity to throw Coleman in. Let's find out, before you are completely done with him, let's find out if there is any ability from him to play a different type of role at receiver than the one they've been trying to force him into for a year and a half. And if it doesn't work, even if it's only a game or 2, then you take him out of that spot and you call it a day and you trade him in the offseason. Maybe you trade him in the offseason anyway. But if it's not him, I guess it could be Cooks, but he just got here. And how much of a workload are you going to put on his shoulders? Shavers and I guess Davis could do it, but they haven't much. Davis, I can't ever remember being that type of receiver for them, unless he did it like right away as a rookie. So I guess we'll see who gets the most snaps thrown on their plate because of these injuries. And they're bad injuries to have. All your separator types, Kincaid, Palmer, and you could throw Samuel in theory into that mix, all being out, and Cook's not probably being ready yet to do a lot. It's a game where I think they're going to have an ability to run the ball. Both to keep Allen upright, keep him from getting hit all the time, and also because who's separating in this game? Now, the Steelers don't have the best secondary in the world, but you don't have separators. Not yet. You'd hope so. You get a lineup together by playoff time that includes Brandon Cooks that's up to speed and a healthy Josh Palmer and a healthy Dalton Kincaid, and I can get there on, all right, I got enough to go on a run in the postseason. But the lineup they're going to put on the field on Sunday against the Steelers, I don't think that's going to be the one. But I think they can still win the game and should win the game. 803-0550, the phone number. We got our parlay when we come back. If you got a thought, 803-0550 is the phone number. It is a Football Friday here on WGR. The postseason picture is wild right now. If I had showed any football fan in the world the standings the day before the season began and showed you, I know there's 7 that make the playoffs, but let me tell you who the top 6 teams in the AFC are on November 28th, not September 10th, the day after week 1. Let me show you what it looks like here this late in the year, week 13. The Patriots are number 1, Denver number 2, Indy number 3, Daniel Jones and the Colts. Yes, Daniel Jones and the Colts, who, by the way, is a broken leg and playing through it somehow. I don't know what's going on there. Pittsburgh's number 4, Chargers number 5, Jaguars number 6. There's your top 6 teams in the AFC on November 28th. No Bills, no Chiefs, no Ravens. Unbelievable that these 3 teams have all stumbled to different degrees. The Bills are by far in the best shape right now, or maybe you wouldn't say that. Maybe you would say that it's still Baltimore because they are a half game out of their division and they have a much better chance of hosting a playoff game. But at the same time, the Ravens also have a better chance of missing the playoffs than the Bills do. They are a game back of the Bills. In fact, they are actually, they are a game and a half back and don't have the tiebreaker. So it's almost like they're 2.5 games back of the Bills. And that's the same as true of the Chiefs. 6-6. No tiebreaker against the Bills. It's really kind of like 2.5 games back. So as much of the Bills haven't looked great, and they've had a couple of bad losses, and some of it is even the schedule that they've played that is helping them. They are in better shape to make it this morning than Baltimore and Kansas City. There is a world where those 2 teams miss the playoffs entirely. Bills and Steelers. So Pittsburgh as an opponent. The Rodgers story is the biggest one, how healthy he is. But when he's been healthy, this is the 22nd ranked pass attack in the NFL by total. They are 18th in net yards per attempt, which includes sacks. They are in rushing 27th overall and 23rd in yards per attempt. Just not a good offense. Defensively, where do they rank? They're the 14th ranked pass defense by yards per attempt. By total, they've allowed 2,800 yards. It's the most in the NFL. So dead last in pass defense for how much they've allowed. And rush defense, 15th for totals, 16th per attempt. They're not great at anything. They're not elite at anything. And with Rodgers playing through a broken wrist, like, this is a team the Bills should beat, even in their current form, where they might not have tackles in this game, and that's a big loss because Spencer Brown and Deion Dawkins are probably they're definitely 2 of the top 4
this
players on the
we're
offense.
Kicking off
with
Mission
James
Give Where
Cook
You
and
Live
Josh
to
Allen.
benefit
So
Buffalo
not having
City
them is
Mission,
bad.
Powered by NYSEG.
But
starting December 1st through December
even
19th,
without
you
them,
can donate brand new sweatshirts,
I just think you gotta
hats,
beat
gloves,
this team.
scarves, and non-perishable food
What
items
inspires
to help keep our community warm
Steeler
and fed.
fans
Just
right
stop
now
by
about
any
their team?
Dash's Market location to drop your donation in the Mission Give Where You Live donation bin. Shopping online, you can also give through the Buffalo City Mission's Amazon wish list. Sponsored by the Barnes Firm and Dashes Market. Get all of the details at kiss98.5.com. Ready to take your game day to the next level? Enter online now at WGR550.com for your chance to win a $300 tailgate tray certificate from Alibaba Kebab to feed 12 football fans. Each Friday, a winner will be announced during Football Friday with Shope and Boulder.
All right, before we get to our fantastic four-leg parlay, congrats to Clayton B. being this week's lucky winner of the Football Friday Tailgate Tray giveaway. Scored a $300 tailgate tray certificate from Alibaba Kebab. Picking a new winner every Friday, so keep those entries coming at WGR550.com. Fire up your taste buds at any of their 3 locations. All right, so we got a Black Friday game, 3 o'clock on Prime. Eagles and Bears. Jeremy has sent in his leg of our parlay. He wants Colston Loveland over 2.5 catches to fire things off. Bears rookie tight end. So that's where we start. A Bears over.
Okay. Bears over early. I'm gonna go alt receptions here. Tried and true.
Alt Joe.
I'm really torn here.
It's like he's not allowed to really do anything else.
No,
Yeah, it's
I've
kinda tough.
backed myself into that corner. I don't really. I'm struggling. AJ Brown 5+ or 6+, and I think I'm going to go 6. We're going to add a little juice to the parlay here. Had 7 and 8 in the last 2 weeks.
6 catches,
6 receptions. This is where I've been the best. I mean, the alt receptions.
The Eagles this year.
I think they might have to throw a little bit in the last 2 games. 7 and 8 against Detroit and Dallas. So he's been on a little bit of a hot streak. I think he keeps it going.
Good Lord, I'm afraid of that.
I'm so scared of it.
Let me look at Brown recently. You're right. He's done it 2 weeks in a row. The previous 2 games, though, he had 2 catches and he had 0 catches.
We don't look back that far. We're going off the hot streak right now.
6 catches. All right. Well, it does juice it up. All right. How do you top that?
All right, I'm gonna keep it a lot more simple than that. I'm gonna take just a Jalen Phillips sack here. I think Caleb Williams takes $1 million. I know he's better at it this year, but I think with the way that Eagles defense is, they got some really good corners and just might have a hard time getting rid of the ball. So,
all right,
I like Jalen Phillips to take it down, Mr. Williams tonight.
I like in this game under. Wow, the line moved in the 10 seconds that I had pulled it up.
Oh no!
I'm gonna go under 47.5 yards for Rome Odunze. Quinyon Mitchell. Let me introduce you to Quinyon Mitchell if you're not familiar.
Yeah.
He is the best corner in football this season. He is giving Patrick Surtain results. Lowest catch rate allowed in the NFL this year. He is tied for second in tight window throw rate with Sauce Gardner. Only Surtain is better. Second lowest completion percentage allowed in the league. Lowest passer rating when targeted. Actually, he is number one in the lowest completion percentage this year. He's allowed 25 receptions on the season.
Ooh. Man.
I mean, that's the guy that should be covering Rome Odunze. And Chicago spreads it out anyway, so they're already kind of tough to predict.
Right.
And we have a Loveland over, so I think this kind of coincides with that.
I like it.
It's a bigger number. It was 49.5 when I picked it out the first time, but under 47.5 for Rome.
It's gonna be awesome when he gets 46 yards today.
All right, so we have plus 1,700.
Yep.
All right.
I
would say I feel good about it, but living on AJ Brown catches.
I know.
That's fine.
We're betting on him.
We got it. We get a bigger payoff.
Yeah.
We're so due. I think it'd be worth it. Take a little bit of a chance.
We're the most due anyone's ever been.
My brother Lou DiBiase, who does the Locked On Eagles podcast, he, by the way, is in Philly for this game today. He did just text me that, Mitchell is going to shadow Odunze.
Okay.
So
love it.
Man. He's one of those guys that's so tough to bench in a fantasy league because he's been so good and reliable other than last week. And it's like you might just sit him because of who he's playing. It's the Surtain effect. I don't know where Quinyon Mitchell came from being this good. He wasn't supposed to be this good. It's kind of like last year. The Eagles, Zach Baun was a special teamer, and then he just showed up as an all-pro all of a sudden for the Eagles. Mitchell was a first-round pick. So I guess it's not totally out of the blue. He was a late first, but he's been awesome this year. All right, that's our parlay. Let's get one of these in the bank, please. Let's get one of these in the bank. Other games around the league this weekend that we have not talked about yet. There are not a ton of games with implications, like Saints-Dolphins, for instance. Nothing. Don't care. Jets and Falcons. Like, these are some of those games that are number one overall pick type games that you're looking at draft order for. The biggest 1 o'clock window game on Sunday. Let me pull up the 538 map so we can see what we are getting. 506 map, excuse me. All right, we are getting this Sunday in Buffalo, the Houston-Indy game. Good. That's the best game of the weekend at 1 o'clock. Again, Daniel Jones playing through a fractured fibula. Good luck against that pass rush. The Texans are 2 games back. If they were to win, they'd obviously get down to 1, and the AFC South could be back in play. So that's at 1 o'clock. Your other 1 o'clock games, Niners and Browns, which it's a Shadur Sanders fiasco. Like, now we're yelling about him not being on the field when they're running wildcat plays around the goal line, whatever. Niners and Browns, that's at 1 o'clock. Rams and Panthers is at 1 o'clock. That feels like a blowout waiting to happen. Rams by 50 in that game. Jaguars and Titans, I guess go Titans. If you're a Bills fan, I just wouldn't be all that hopeful. And then you got Cardinals and Bucks is also at 1. The 4 o'clock window, we will get the... By the way, it doesn't matter that we get Houston and... it doesn't matter that we get the Fox single game later because we're going to get Bills and Steelers. So the whole country is getting Bills or Steelers. The remaining games in the 4 o'clock window, Vikings and Seahawks at 4:05. Do you guys know the name of the Vikings starting quarterback?
Ooh, no.
For this game?
No is the quick answer.
No one's going to know who this is when he shows up to play. Do you know it even?
No, I have no idea.
Max Brosmer.
Yeah.
What? Is a starting quarterback in the NFL this weekend.
Whoa.
He was at Minnesota University. He was undrafted, and now he's on the Vikings. And he is starting because J.J. McCarthy has a concussion, although he might be clearing it, and they keep him out anyway. So
is it going to be his second soft benching, possibly?
Yeah, maybe this is the last one. I don't know if
Should
he gets
be.
back in.
He is a nightmare.
9 needs to be sitting on the bench.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Seattle's been a force, so they'll probably win that game. Chargers and Raiders. You're rooting for the Raiders. Again, kind of like the Titans. Like, good luck. New offensive coordinator. Maybe a little bump there. Broncos and Commanders is at 8:20. That's the Sunday night game. And maybe Jaden Daniels plays in that game, despite the fact that his elbow was going in the wrong direction like 4 weeks ago. Unbelievable that he would be back already. But looks like if it's not this week, maybe it's in the next couple. And then the Monday night game. That's the big one. Giants and Patriots. Jackson Dart clearing protocol, so looks like he'll play. And that is a very clear... If you could have one result all weekend, that'd be the one you want. You want the Giants, other than the Bills winning, you want the Giants to beat the Patriots. 803-0550 is the phone number. All right, our parlay, if you missed it, we got a Dunze under 47.5. We got Loveland over 2.5 catches. A.J. Brown over 6 catches. And then Jalen Phillips to record a sack. Good luck. Extendo Sports, when we come back, we'll wrap things up and get you off to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show, which will have Sean McDermott a little bit later on, so stay tuned here on WGR.
This holiday season, we're kicking off Mission Give Where You Live to benefit Buffalo
There's no way.
It just doesn't seem possible.
All right, Bills and Steelers on Sunday. Time for Who Needs to Just Get Results, brought to you by Dan Chacha Injury Attorneys, brought to you by Dan Chacha Injury Attorneys. Don't worry, Chacha's gotcha. I'm going to go Shaq Thompson in this game. The Steelers are going to run the ball a lot. Rodgers with the injured wrist. No Broderick Jones. Only one receiver that does anything in DK Metcalf. They're going to run a lot. Conservative game plan. That's been Tomlin's forte for years. It will be in this game again. And that means more physical. Arthur Smith, by the way. 3 tight end sets all the time. Darnell Washington, Jonnu Smith, Pat Freiermuth. Like, they go heavy personnel, and they like to run the ball. No Terrell Bernard in this game, likely. So, 3 linebacker sets and Shaq Thompson at middle linebacker. And I'm pretty confident you'll get good results out of that. Thompson's been very strong this year, and he's a better downhill run defender than Bernard is. So I'm actually pretty confident that this will be helpful to them, that Thompson's playing instead of Bernard. So Thompson, big game for him, given, I think, the personnel and the game plan. All right. What else? Sabres today at 4 against the Devils. The Devils are in first in the Metro. They've actually done a pretty good job of hanging around here after Jack Hughes. Like, what did he do? He sliced his hand off at a team dinner? Something. He sliced his finger off, not his hand off. We don't have the full story on that, do we?
No, it's very murky.
It might be possible he sliced his finger off.
It's from what I understand about the actual injury, it's he almost cut his finger straight off.
Because who misses 8 weeks with a cut finger?
Yeah, it's not just like a paper cut situation.
8 weeks.
Like he cut probably tendons in a hand.
And these are hockey players. These dudes play through everything.
Yeah, he's not missing that time in a year where New Jersey's legit this year.
Right,
they're playing really well.
Any other cut, you would think you wrap it really heavily, maybe even put a splint on it, and you put it under a hockey glove. Right. There's no sport in the world you could more easily play with that cut than hockey. Yeah. And he's missing 8 weeks. It makes me think that, again, I don't want to get too graphic. I guess I already have. But
yeah,
it must have been an extremely graphic cut.
It was
for him to miss this much time.
And it's so secretive because it was at a team dinner.
That too.
Whatever. But he was probably just out with the team and fell and cut his hand on a glass in a pretty gnarly way and whatever.
Maybe.
Out. Or something nefarious.
Good on the Sabres, by the way, to get rid of the they got rid of the sword.
Yeah.
In the locker room that they would give to the MVP of the game after Alex Lyon ripped it out and pretended to
he was gonna hurt someone.
Yeah, dude, it's a sword.
Yeah, stop.
Now they have a belt.
Yeah.
Now they have a belt. All right, 4:00 today. Sabres and Devils. Hey, they've been good at home. So your expectations for today should be pretty good. They've been good at home.
Good luck.
I don't think I ever got to it. The Devils without Hughes have still been winning.
And they're good.
Last year they couldn't win without him. This year they've been better.
They got Dougie back too. Dougie Hamilton's back for them. That's big.
Luke Hughes has been good for them.
Yeah.
It's a good team.
He sure is young Barkov. That's what he sure is. Nico Hischier.
Ooh, that's
super underrated, two-way centerman.
Yeah.
Really, really good.
I don't think he's quite Barkov level, but you're on to...
He's on that.
You're on to something.
He's that kind of player. I don't think he's that level, but he's that guy waiting to happen, I think.
Devils could be a finals team.
They're very good.
I could see them making the finals. Although this year he's been a little down in Jake Allen. Hey, listen, 2 good veteran goalies. It's nice to have because if one of them's underperforming, like Markstrom this year, you've got another guy.
Right, exactly.
And that's working. All right, stay tuned. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Sean McDermott will be along with Sal Capaccio. We'll get injury designations, continue to preview Bills and Steelers. I'll talk to you during pregame on Sunday, so enjoy the rest of your Friday. Happy Thanksgiving. And, I'll talk to you Sunday here on WGR.